Reluctant Wizard, Warriors of Magic, Book 1. Written by Jeffy Kennedy. Read for you by Deborah Baum. 16. Alise drifted up through lazy billows of sleep, a sense of renewal and well-being suffusing her. Such a perfect, delicious way to wake up, feeling rested, restored, and ready to take on the new day. She opened her eyes and studied the unfamiliar ceiling, the old plaster threaded with cracks in a blue-grey light. She'd been in a lot of different places lately, so she'd become accustomed to taking a moment to equilibrate upon waking, to remember if she was at Alise Phel or Convocation Academy, and then which room she'd most recently occupied. Wherever it was, the bed was hard as a rock. No, not a bed, a couch. Cillian's couch. "Aha, she's awake," Cillian said brightly, his Harahel accent lyrical as birdsong. Not that there was any birdsong, as it appeared to be late afternoon, the winter sky solidly overcast and threatening snow. "I made you soup." She sat up, aware suddenly of the stiffness in her body, the down soft quilt she'd noticed the night before spilling into her lap. She'd fallen asleep while talking, on top of Cillian. At some point he'd extracted himself from under her, remarkably without waking her up, then covered her with the quilt. She didn't know how to feel about that, but the emotion swirled gently, warm and sweet. "Go ahead and use the bathing chamber while I dish this up," Cillian called. "I imagine you'd like to." "I would, thanks." When she returned, a steaming bowl of soup awaited her on the low table before the couch, which she realized had been entirely cleared of all but her spirit bottle. Bending over the bowl, she sniffed. Tomato soup with herbs. "When did you make soup?" "I woke up a few hours ago and didn't want to leave you alone, so I made myself useful," Cillian answered from the kitchen. "Would you like a grilled cheese sandwich too?" Alise swallowed her reflexive refusal. A grilled cheese sandwich sounded amazing, and she rationalized to herself that Cillian would just persist, so she might as well give in. "Yes, please." She swallowed a spoonful of soup, creamy, rich, and tasting of a summer garden, perfect for a winter afternoon. "How did you make soup?" it occurred to her to ask. "Really? You can make anything with a couple of fire elementals and some ingenuity," he answered, a smile in his voice. "I know Convocation Academy feeds us as well as they can, but cooking for 1,000 people poses certain restrictions. I like my own cooking better, and working with my hands gives me time and peace to think." His voice broke just a little at the end, and Alise knew instantly what he'd been mulling over. Working with his hands. Like whoever had made the quilt over her lap. "Who made this quilt?" she asked. "My grandmother Harahel," he answered, unperturbed by the apparent change of subject. He appeared before her, holding out a tray with a golden crisp sandwich oozing pale cheese on a plate. Not a plate that matched the one he'd broken. In truth, none of his dishes matched, a bit of randomness she found endearing. With a deft maneuver, Cillian palmed her half-full bowl of soup, slipped it onto the tray next to the sandwich, and handed her the whole thing. "Feel free to dip," he said with a cheery smile that belied his earlier tone. "That's the best way." "Aren't you going to eat?" "Already did." He'd gone back to the kitchen, pottering around. "I'm sorry I fell asleep on you," she said, wanting to address that particular elephant in the room anyway. "I fell asleep too, as my aching back can attest. You are correct that my couch is no good for sleeping." "I'm sorry." Stricken, she stared at the sandwich, the soup, the quilt he'd covered her with. He was a lovely, caring person, and she was utterly selfish. "That's twice you apologize for something you didn't have to be sorry for even once. Don't you like your sandwich? You haven't even tried it, with or without dunking." He sounded so disappointed she nearly laughed, Biting into the sandwich, she groaned at the buttery richness, the savoury cheese in creamy contrast to the perfectly crisp bread. Deciding to take his advice, she dunked the next bite, finding the tart sweetness of the tomato soup the perfect complement. "Dark arts, this is delicious," she said when she could. "I'm glad." Cillian set a mug of tea on the table before her, then settled into his reading chair, cradling a mug of his own. She sniffed the steam from her tea, suspicious. "More sleepy tea?" "Regular herbal tea," he corrected. "I prefer coffee." "I'm aware. I'm also aware that it's already afternoon, and you don't need to be drinking coffee at this time of day." "Yes, maman," she quipped, but he only sipped his tea, unbothered. "You would like my grandmother Harahel," he said, returning to the earlier conversational topic without a beat, ignoring the remaining elephant still milling invisibly about the room. "She can tell you the author and title of any book ever written, from even a muddied or flat incorrect plot summary and a vague description of the cover, and she can cook a 5-course meal for a dozen people on a moment's notice." "And she quilts," Alise noted. "Yes, all kinds of needlework. Plus she gardens. She grew the herbs you taste in the soup. She dries and sends to me out of concern that I won't eat well in the wasteland of Convocation Centre." "Funny, I've never heard of anyone regarding Convocation Centre as a wasteland. Rather the reverse. Everyone wanted to be in Convocation Centre with all its delights and entertainments. It was called the Centre for a reason." Cillian gave her a droll look. "It depends on one's perspective, yes? Where you place your priorities, what your values are. My family understands my need to be here, to work in the Convocation archives, but they also think I'm a bit daft. After all, House Harahel has an extensive library, in some aspects more complete than here, plus beautiful countryside, excellent food, stimulating company, and a refreshing dearth of corrupt politics." Put that way, she could see the point. "I would never describe House Elal that way. Any of those ways." "No, I've heard Elal is a dramatic landscape, though I've never been, and the house itself an architectural marvel." She supposed both things were true. Dramatic is probably a good word for it. With the Knife Blade Mountains visible from anywhere in Elal, you always know where west is, and then there's the long rocky coastline. The house itself, however, is in a fairly flat valley in the bend of a river, and architectural marvel gives it too much credit. It's a monstrosity of styles created by generations of arrogant Elals more determined to put their stamp on it than behave in a rational manner. Cillian laughed, surprising her, since she hadn't intended that to be funny. "You have an affection for it, though. I can hear it in your voice." She considered that, finishing her sandwich and using the crust to sop up the dregs of soup from the bowl. "Maybe," she allowed. "My maman had exquisite taste, and she loved us. She made our lives good and—" She broke off, unable to continue, coughing on some of the crumbs. "Grieving is hard," Cillian said with sympathy. "That alone would be enough for you to handle on top of finishing coursework for graduation. Now, you have everything else to deal with too." Summoned by Cillian's words, one of the elephants, called Overdue Projects, bounced up to loom invisibly over her shoulder. She made the elephant named Matricide stay hidden in the corner, where it glared at her balefully. "Speaking of which," she said decisively, "I need to go get some work done." "Today is a rest day?" "No rest for the wicked, or the terminally late on 57 assignments." "Your professors have been notified of the extenuating circumstances by Healer Jonathan, who explicitly told you not to work today. You meet with Morgana Seraphiel first thing in the morning. I have a meeting with Provost Uriel, which I'll go to after I escort you to Morgana. In the meanwhile, you're staying here where it's safe to rest." "Am I a captive then?" She'd meant the question to come out with sharp derision, but didn't quite get it there. Instead, she sounded wistful. Surely not. Like Silas holding Lindella prisoner until she admitted she wanted him as much as he craved her, Cillian said teasingly, tapping the book beside him. A new tension settled between them, sexual and fraught. Cillian was no Silas, but then neither was Alise anything like sweet and yielding Lindella. Unwillingly, she remembered yesterday's kiss, how hot and hungry it had been. From the heat in Cillian's black gaze, he was thinking of it too. "Cillian," she trailed off, not certain what to say. He cleared his throat and looked away. "I apologize. That was an inappropriate remark." "I think we've moved past inappropriate," she commented dryly. "Might as well summon the elephant called our relationship to the fore." Out the windows, it had begun to snow thickly, the afternoon sky darkening with early dusk, and the fire elemental flickering brightly in the tiny fireplace made the room warm and cozy. Alise realized she didn't want to leave. She wanted to stay. With Cillian. "I think we should talk about what this is between us." "Oh, I see," he stammered, actually blushing. "Would you like another sandwich first? There's more soup." Deflecting with busying himself, turning things around so he was feeding her instead of talking about what he wanted. Craved. The word resonated in her mind. "No, thank you, I'm good for now. Stop avoiding this conversation." "You're one to talk," he replied, "as you're avoiding discussing any number of things." "Fine," she rolled her eyes. "How about this? I agree to stay here until tomorrow morning, without further protest, and I'll allow you to escort me to see Professor Harahel. I'll discuss anything you wish, but only after we talk about our relationship." "I see. That's reasonable." Instead of putting his tea on the side table, he leaned down to set it on the floor, where it would pose no danger to his books. He crossed his legs, folding his hands over his knee almost primly. His elevated foot bobbed, revealing his nerves. "I think we should agree that we are friends and colleagues only, that we shall put my inappropriate feelings and advances aside. I'm fully aware that there can be nothing of a romantic nature between us, and I will ensure that you never again feel pressure from me, from that direction, as it were." Suppressing a smile at how formal Cillian had become in his discomfort, Alise nodded gravely, pretending to consider. "I understand what you're saying, but I have a different solution. I think we should have a love affair." Cillian's mouth fell open and he goggled at her in a decidedly disconcerted fashion. You, but you, we can't." "Why not? I want to. And you want to, unless you've changed your mind." No, that is, the Provost said." "Provost Uriel is an admirable woman and an excellent administrator of Convocation Academy, but as she reminded me recently, just as the high houses do not command her, she does not command the high houses. At the risk of sounding arrogant, I am still the daughter and heir apparent to the Lord of High House Elal and sister to the Lady of House Phel. I call, as my friends, the Lord and Lady of High House Eladrel. You are a well-regarded scion of High House Harahel. What we do is our own business." "Alise." Cillian raked a hand through his curls, setting them into more disarray than usual. He retrieved his tea and gulped it like another man might take a bracing draught of brandy. "I care about you, obviously, and it's too late for me to pretend that I don't, desire you." He blushed more deeply, avoiding her gaze. "But you are so very beautiful and powerful. There can be no future for us." "We can't have a future because you like me too much. No, that is... Ugh, I'm doing this badly. I know full well that you are not meant for me. You have a brilliant future ahead of you, and I'm a Harahel librarian. I can't be part of your life. What life? What brilliant future? Alise nearly snorted aloud at that, but decided that was an argument that would go nowhere. Even if that's so, and I don't agree, why can't we have now? Because it would be better to spare ourselves a pain that parting would inevitably bring. Would it be inevitable, though? You argue like a politician, he retorted wryly. Probably too true. I may not have been my father's favourite, but one can't grow up in House Elal and not absorb political thinking. Still, my point is that we've started as friends. Why do you assume we wouldn't stay friends? Let me amend my previous statement, he said quietly. I think I need to spare myself that pain, which will be inevitable, no matter how amicably we part. She still wanted to argue the inevitability of their parting, but Alise had an admittedly difficult time picturing any future for herself. Isn't the thought of never pursuing this, she waved a hand back and forth between them, painful also? He briefly closed his eyes. Of course it is, but we know this will end. He imitated her gesture with more vigour, then dashed his hand to the side, slopping the remnants of the tea. She evoked a water elemental to soak it up, and he pointed, See, you do that so easily. So, because I have magic to clean up messes, you think our relationship is automatically doomed? Now she was getting annoyed. I didn't say any such thing, he retorted with heat. We are both wizards. Wizards don't have relationships with each other. Why not? There's no rule that says that. It's commonly understood, especially for wizards of your echelon. You'll need a familiar. You don't have one, because there's no such thing as a library emergency. We don't need extra power. You will. Maybe I don't want a familiar. In fact, I know I don't. You'll change your mind, he said grimly. She stared at him for a second, deeply offended. I'll accept a certain amount of badgering from you, she said coolly, because I know it comes from a place of you wanting to take care of me and protect me, but do not presume to tell me my own mind. And there she is, Lady Elal in the making. Whoa! That hurt far more than she'd expected Cillian could wound her. She almost couldn't catch her breath following that unexpected blow. Pardon me, she said, standing and deliberately folding the quilt. I understand what you mean now about us only causing each other pain. I'll go now. You agreed you would stay. I think that agreement is moot now. Consider it a decision from on high. She lifted her nose and waved a hand in haughty dismissal, then snatched up the bottle of spirits from the table and pocketed it. One can't trust an Elal to keep their word after all. She headed for the door. I didn't mean it that way. Curse it. Alise, don't you walk out that door. She walked faster. He caught up, easily, seizing her arm. Let me go, she said, not looking at him. Be mad at me. I deserve it. But it's not safe for you to be out there alone. Don't put yourself at risk because I'm a fucking idiot. You're not an idiot, she corrected, softening. But that was dramatically unfair of you to say. It was. I apologize. I was upset. And I have issues. Please don't go. She stared stonily at the wall. On 2 conditions. Done. Nearly laughing at his immediate capitulation, she dared a glance at him and found his face very close to hers. Her amusement flamed into desire. Swallowing against her suddenly dry mouth, she said, I like gingerbread. Can you make that? I make excellent gingerbread, he answered with a relieved smile. I can do that. What's the other condition? Kiss me. 17. Cillian froze, his mouth so close to Alise's upturned lips, already so tempting, even without the glittering challenge in her luminous eyes. He wanted to kiss her, of course, had thought of little else, but the ghost of Sarina hung in the air between them like one of Alise's cloaking spirits. None of us needs another Sarina incident. Alise, he said, voice faint. Disappointed irritation snapped into her gaze. Fine, if it's too much to ask, forget it. She yanked out of his grip and lunged for the door. Growling with a frustration that was an echo of hers, he leapt before her, preventing her from reaching her exit, and somehow ended up with her pushed against the wall. She stared at him in shock, eyes wide and dark. With his hands on her slim waist, he became keenly aware of the thrumming of her nerves, her narrow ribs flaring with hard, fast breaths, her heart pounding in a rhythm to match his own. Are you sure? He breathed, his lips already lowering to her tempting mouth, wanting, needing. Yes, you are the one hesitating. She slid her hands up his chest, making him shudder. How many times had he fantasized about her touching him exactly this way? Tipping her head to the side, her lips curved into a sensual, challenging smile, and she dug her short nails lightly into his skin through his shirt. You know you want to. He did. Abandoning all good sense, he loosed his restraint and closed the brief distance, pulling her hard against him and relishing her gasp of surprised desire, along with the delicious feel of her slight body, so delicate and yet blossoming with magic. A contrast there between the bird-like bones of her petite frame and the robust power of the magic contained there. It billowed around and through him, roses in brilliant shades of scarlet and crimson, and a blood-red, nearly black, bursting into bloom, sunshine dancing over his skin and permeating his bones. Kissing her, holding her, felt like embracing the font of life. Like a hot summer afternoon, she infiltrated him, illuminating the dusty corridors of his scholar's mind and magic. He felt as if he, himself, might burgeon into someone hotter, more vibrant, charismatic, and full of shimmering life. In Alise's arms, it seemed, he could become anyone at all. Slowing, realizing he could relax, that no one would happen upon them, not like before with the frenzied, forbidden rush of the stolen kiss in the library, certain in the knowledge that she wanted this too, he allowed himself to savor her. Alise melted against him, braced by the wall behind her, pulling him ever closer with clinging, urgent hands. Cillian, she murmured against his lips, her breath a sweet sighing. Yes, he answered, as if she'd asked a question. And perhaps she had. Her body fit just so against him, her curves and lines aligning with him, as if they'd been crafted precisely for one another, for this. Drawing away just a bit, Alise cupped his cheek and gazed up at him, her depthless eyes showing her shining, loving soul. They shimmered with trust, he realized. Can I tell you something? She asked on a hushed breath. You can tell me anything, he answered promptly. Do you know what frightened me most about Gordon Harahel's threats? She searched his face, a wary hesitation in hers. For her, he refused the immediate anger, wouldn't allow the tension that wanted to flood his muscles. He'd obviously never been a fighter, always the boy with his nose in a book, so the raw, raging impulse to find Gordon Harahel and beat him to a bloody pulp with his fists alarmed and shocked Cillian. He didn't know how he'd accomplish it, but he could envision the moment. Not to murder him, but to punish and disable. Gordon Harahel would face convocation justice, as would House Harahel. Cillian would see to it. But for her, he set all that aside and stayed loose, embracing the woman he loved more than all the world, giving her what she needed. What? He asked just as softly. Whatever haunted her, he would listen. He could give her that much. That, well, if he made good on his threat to twist my mind against me and... She stopped, chewing her lip, hesitating over the words. You don't have to say it aloud, he told her, understanding. I know what you mean. She nodded in relief. That he would have been my first sex, pretty much first everything. And I didn't want that. It wouldn't have been sex. What he threatened you with was violence and violation. She smiled slightly, fingers caressing his cheek. You know what I mean. Physical intimacy. Yes. He suspected he knew where she was going with this, and he didn't know what his answer would be. Should be. Caught between his longing and his caution, the only thing he could say was her name. Her beloved, lyrical and lovely name. Alise. I want it to be you, she said simply, easing out from between him and the wall, taking his hand and leading him toward the bedroom. I thought your demands included only gingerbread and a kiss, he joked weakly, still profoundly torn, his body eager, his heart overflowing, and his mind whispering urgent cautions. This was a bad idea, the wrong thing to do, except he couldn't quite remember why. Alise glanced back over her shoulder at his poor joke and paused, a slight frown of concern marring her clear forehead, drawing a line between her winged black brows. I'd imagined the rest would follow on to the kiss request. Do you not want to? Not want me? Oh, darling. Still holding her hand, he eased closer, folding the distance he'd allowed to stretch between them. I want you like I want air. Have done since the first time I laid eyes on you, since I first sensed the sweet bloom of your magic. But I worry. He wouldn't be you if you didn't worry, she observed solemnly, but with a glint of humour dancing in her black eyes. Fair, he admitted. Still, I have good reason. I need you to listen. Tell me. She turned to face him, listening with gratifying attention. I fear this is a reaction on your part, he explained, cautious of eliciting her ire again, or hurting her, accidentally making her feel rejected. You didn't want this from me before. Any of it. You barely thought of me as a friend, let alone as a lover. I'm concerned that your very real and understandable terror of what could have happened is driving you to take drastic action. That this isn't something that you'd want, that you would ask from me, if you hadn't been terrorized and traumatized. She waited a beat, making sure he'd finished, he realized, then dipped her chin in acknowledgement. I understand why you'd think that, and I can't really argue otherwise. I don't know why I didn't fully see you before, except that it was as if I had been asleep. Those things I thought about before all this happened, that I believed were so very important, none of them matter now. You're right, I didn't see you as a lover. I held you at arm's length as a friend because... Because? He prompted when she didn't finish. She gave a little self-conscious shrug. Because I liked you. Too much. And it worried me. Oh, my darling. He combed his fingers into her silky hair, his heart swelling when she tipped her cheek into his palm. Why ever would that worry you? I'm harmless. Maybe that's why, she said, a raw vulnerability in her face as she gazed at him. No walls around her heart now. I've all my life been around dangerous people. I know how to ward against that, how to perform the political dance, how to strive for power and supremacy. What I don't know is how to be... I don't even know what word I want. Normal? Human, maybe? How to be someone besides the heir to a high house, a powerful something someday whose job it will be to rule and crush the people beneath me. His heart literally ached for her, or something in the vicinity of his chest did. That's not a requirement of the job, he told her gently. You can head a high house without doing that, being that. She snorted. Show me one. Nick and Gabriel, Jadwin and Celia, Lady Harahel. Outcasts, iconoclasts and scholars, she replied, but not unkindly. Still, your point is taken. And mine is that I don't know why I didn't see you, except that I didn't see anything except for a difficult and narrow road ahead of me. She laid her free hand over his heart. But I see you now, and I want you, Cillian. I want you to make love to me and show me how. You are experienced, yes? Yes. He got out past his newly thundering heart, which seemed to have jogged up in his chest to lodge at the base of his throat. He set aside the memories of Zarina that threatened to flood him and taint this far more precious moment with Alise. He refused to let her memory ruin this. Are you sure? Her lips quirked in wry amusement. Are you going to make me say it 3 times to seal the charm? It would help, yes. I'm sure, I'm sure, I'm sure. I think there's some extras in there. Really, really sure. Stepping away, she tugged at his hand, and he followed her willingly this time, though not without trepidation. It had been a while, after all. I might not be very good at it, he felt he should say. Total honesty and all that. Mitigate her expectations. I'm quite a bit rusty. The smile she flashed him held a dazzling affection. I'm sure it's like redirecting an air elemental powering a carriage. Once you learn, you never forget. I was never terribly good at that, he muttered, coming to a halt beside the bed, facing her. At least he habitually kept his room clean and his bed made. A stack of books on the bedside table, yes, and the stained glass shade on the reading lamp had tilted askew at some point. Funny that he hadn't noticed it before. Like reading, then, she amended with a knowing smile. I can't remember a time I couldn't read, he agreed, as opposed to those few fumbling attempts with Zarina who'd mocked his clumsiness and ignorance. Don't think about her, he instructed himself fiercely. She has no place in this bed. Well, then, this will be the same. Alise went to unbutton her shirt. Wait, let me do that. Curious, she dropped her hands, watching him with those wide, dark eyes. First things first, he told her, giving her a kiss that he'd meant to be brief, but turned lingering. Would kissing her ever feel like not a transgression, not something stolen and furtive, and all the more precious for that? Not yet. Reluctantly, pulling back, he dropped to his knees and extracted the spirit bottle from the pocket at the side of her leg. Handing it up to her, he smiled at her chagrined expression. Tomorrow, you deal with this too, right? If everyone will stop scheduling me to do other stuff. She set the bottle atop the stack of books on the table, absently straightening the shade at the same time. Then she caught his expression. Yes, 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 I'll prioritize it. Good girl, he told her, and she shivered a little, giving him a tremulous smile. You're still down there? She observed. Indeed. He slid her shoes off, and her bare feet were trim, even dainty, with small rosy toes that seemed ridiculously adorable to him. He wanted to kiss each one, but that could wait. Encircling her small ankles with his hands, he stroked his palms up her calves as high as her pants legs allowed, then transferred his touch to the outside of her thighs, smoothing upward over the subtle flare of her hips. Finding the bare skin of her waist under the baggy shirt, he caressed inward, marvelling at the silky softness of her skin. Reaching the fastening of her pants, he looked up, aware of the nervous hitch in her breathing. "Still good to go?" he asked her. She nodded, a bit jerkily, and set hands on his shoulders. "I didn't expect to be so nervous." "It would be surprising if you weren't." Unfastening the ties, he eased the pants down, exposing her slim thighs beneath the long hem of the shirt. So unbelievably lovely. "Step out," he whispered, bagging the pants around her ankles and waiting for her to get clear. Once she did, he tossed the pants aside and slowly stood, dragging light fingers along the silky skin of her thighs, loving the way she trembled, and how her liquid dark eyes gazed at him with utter trust and vulnerability. He toyed with the hem of her shirt, lifting it a little, tantalizing them both, while he studied her face. "Still okay to keep going?" "You don't have to keep asking," she answered with a tinge of that imperious irritation he perversely loved. "I think I do. I'm still not fully convinced this isn't a reaction to all that's happened." With a huff of exasperation, she grabbed the hem of her shirt, yanking it from his grasp and pulling it off over her head in one movement. "There," she declared, planting her fists on her hips. "Is that decisive enough?" He didn't respond immediately, too dazzled by the sight of her in the sheer white tank and blush-pink lacy panties. Her deep rose nipples thrust taut against the nearly transparent silky fabric, tipping her delicate breasts with frankly erotic effect, and the lace clinging to her narrow hips, just covering the black hair at her pubis, revealing the smooth, tawny skin of her flat belly. He nearly dropped to his knees again to better press kisses to that sweetly alluring expanse, an impulse difficult to resist with his legs going weak from the overwhelming blend of passion and tenderness. He wanted to ravish her and tend to her in equal measures, the warring need stretching him on the tenterhooks of desire. "Cillian?" The sound of his name penetrated his stupor, and he belatedly raised his gaze to her face, which looked wryly amused. It seemed that might not have been the first time she tried to get his attention, at least the rational, mental variety. He cleared his throat. "I'm sorry, but you are so fucking beautiful. I'm looking at you and—" Her expression softened, though the amusement remained. "Why are you sorry?" He had to think. Shook his head. "Not sorry that you're so gorgeous, but that I'm apparently struck stupid by the sight of you. I didn't expect the lingerie." She grimaced, looking down at herself. "Blame Nick. I believe I'll have to send her a thank you note. Perhaps a gift." Alise laughed, eliciting a smile from him too, which helped diffuse the tension and nerves. "I'm torn between telling you not to even consider it and wanting to be there to see her face. I think Nick would maybe understand what's between us." She sobered. "I'm not sure I understand what's between us." "Is that all right?" She considered that gravely. His Alise, never one to leap to an answer or decision. "Yes," she said, nodding to confirm it. I think I'm willing to find out." It was hardly a declaration of love, but her words struck his heart as if they were. The warmth and happiness welled up, becoming a smile that felt radiant, and that she returned, at first hesitantly, then with confidence. He held out his hands to her. "Then let's find out." 18. Alise put her hands in Cillian's, the nerves still thrumming through her, but on a different frequency, changing pitch from trepidation into excitement. Standing before him, nearly naked in the truly scandalous underwear Nick had insisted she take when her own grew ragged from too many washings, and which she'd frankly forgotten she was wearing, Alise felt new inside her skin. Maybe it was the avid way Cillian stared at her, going off into a reverent waking dream, but she actually felt pretty. Beautiful, even, when Cillian said so with that raw frankness, his desire sharpening his magic. As she'd told him, Alise usually saw magic, and Cillian's appeared to her most of the time as a quiet aura, shifting in grayscale, sometimes more black or more white, but always organised. It changed in character now, as he took her in, cataloguing her body with potent admiration. And when he touched her, well, the tactile sensation of his magic had nothing quiet about it. It surged like the feel of ocean waves. Alise had gone to the coast with her parents one time, accompanying her papa on a summer excursion to evaluate some Elal shipyards, and she'd played in the surf while he worked, Maman absorbed with holding Nanda's hand and keeping him in the shallows. Nick must have been off at Convocation Academy already. It had been a rare bit of independence for Alise, and she'd swum out, discovering how to go with the swells instead of fighting them, learning to recognize when they would curl and start to break, and how to swim just ahead of them until they caught her like a hand and sent her sailing back to the shore. Cillian's magic felt like that, both gentle and powerful, a deep swell carrying her with a cresting force welling up, ready to take potential to crashing reality. Not at all what she'd expected from a librarian. Hidden depths. He guided their clasped hands to his shirt, encouraging her to undo the buttons, and she did so with building curiosity. One by one, she slipped the buttons free. No fancy Ophiel garment for him, spreading the lapels as she worked. His breathing quickened, but she stood patiently while she performed the simple task, revealing his lean chest, a sprinkling of silky black hairs in loose spirals on his pale skin, as if they'd been inked on by a scribe. She traced her fingertips along them, touching the velvet of his nipples, glancing up when he drew in a hiss of breath. "Did I hurt you?" "No," he breathed a laugh, his hands in loose fists at his sides. "It's arousing." "Oh!" She actually blushed, which seemed silly, given that she stood there in her revealing underthings, touching his bare chest. Speaking frankly of arousal made the blood heat her cheeks, and she had to look away. Cillian tipped a finger under her chin, lifting her gaze to his. "Everything good?" "Yes," she whispered. "It's just a lot." "We can stop at any point. Just say so." She nodded, his finger still on her chin, but she didn't want to stop. A large, practical part of her wanted this over and done with, so that Gordon Haneel couldn't rob her of that first time. And that same practical part knew if she articulated those thoughts to Cillian, he'd balk again. Resolute, she pushed the shirt off his shoulders, then dropped her hands to unfasten his pants, all the while holding Cillian's gaze. "I don't want to stop." His fingers tightened on her chin, a spasm of need that thrilled her, and when he dropped his lips to hers to take her mouth in a long, drugging kiss, those waves of his magic dragged her underwater. Ancient and deep, his magic felt like thousands of minds, like diligent study and the love of words. Debates and thoughts and descriptions and the weighty feel of books in the hand and crisp pages as they turned. Never would Alise have called such things erotic, and yet, with Cillian's mouth on hers, his hand on her waist, sliding slowly up her ribs, nothing had felt more sensually stimulating. When his hand cupped her breast, she gasped into his mouth, and his lips curved into a smile against hers. "So sensitive," he murmured. "So fucking sexy." She couldn't say why hearing the normally reserved and polite Cillian curse made her more aroused, but the words rocketed through her and a moaning, pleading sound escaped her. His pants had fallen down, and she clung to his naked hips, seeking more of his mouth, kissing him greedily. "Yes, love, we'll take care of you. Easy now." He trailed kisses along her jaw and down her throat, sliding the straps of her chemise down her arms, dragging the silk over her already taut and aching nipples until they sprang free. Cillian cupped both breasts in gentle hands, though his magic swelled like a sea in an approaching storm, and he brushed her nipples with his thumbs so she trembled and shuddered, whimpering. And he slowly kissed her collarbones and the space between her breasts, a tantalizing seduction that drove every thought and worry from her mind. Over his bent head, she dreamily watched out the window as the snowflakes emerged from the soft grey overcast, manifesting from nothing to take sparkling shape, swirling with their companions to thicken in a lacy fall. Cillian murmured his affection, his reverent admiration, along with gentle reassurance. Another blizzard, but of words, some elegant, some filthy. He kissed her nipples, drawing them with sweet succour into his hot mouth, then sucking hard and chuckling wickedly when she yipped, her hands now burrowed hard into his curls. "I adore you," he said, withdrawing and lifting the chemise over her head before tossing it aside, his hands immediately returning to her breasts, fondling her sensitized nipples so she squirmed helplessly. "You have me thoroughly enchanted, intoxicated. Kissing your skin is like drinking the headiest of red wines." He dropped kisses to her nipples, drawing on them as if he drank, and she writhed and sighed at the exquisite sensations and the delicious words he gave her. Not just a scholar, but a poet in thought and deed and touch. "Your nipples are dark as blood-red roses and 1,000 times sweeter." He inhaled deeply, humming deep in his throat. "I could breathe you in forever. I need to taste you. May I?" "You already are." He laughed again, a dark sound of sensual amusement. "Oh, darling, no, I've barely begun." Kissing his way down her belly, he sank to his knees, slipping fingers under the lace of her barely there panties. Then, shocking her, he placed a kiss directly on her mons, breathing hot, moist breath over her pussy. "Oh!" she gasped in pleasure and realization. "Yes." He eased her panties down her thighs, inhaling again as if he couldn't get enough. "Delicious." Kissing her there again, this time with his mouth directly on her, he slipped the tip of his tongue into the cleft between her nether lips, with lightning results. She convulsed, a strangled cry escaping her. His hair bit into her fingers she held on so tightly. "Cillian!" she gasped. "Oh, yes, darling," he said with satisfaction. "You taste as delightful as I imagined you would. I need more. Step out." Sliding her panties all the way down, he held them for her to kick out of as he'd done with her pants. "Good girl." Why those words melted her she didn't know, and she'd never want anyone else to know how they worked on her, but she loved hearing it on some core level beyond reason. Grasping her thighs, steadying her, Cillian backed her toward the bed. "Sit, sweetheart," he coaxed. "Also, you can relax your death grip on my hair." "Oh, sorry," she muttered, having forgotten in her dazed desire. "Don't be sorry," he replied, a wicked grin she'd never seen on his face before. "Feel free to pull all you like, and you're going to want to. I just don't want you to fall over." "I wouldn't fall over," she protested, slightly offended. "You were swaying dizzily." "It wasn't that extreme." "It will be," he promised with dark sensuality, placing his hands on her knees. "Spread." Flushing, both self-conscious and aroused, she eased her thighs apart, allowing him to open her even wider to his wizard black gaze. "So fucking gorgeous," he breathed. Lie back if you need to. Why would I? She broke off on an undignified squeal as he licked her nether mouth from bottom to top. The sensation shot through her, heating her to the melting point and buffeting her with the waves of his magic. Her head swam as he ministered to her, licking and sucking, making sounds like he did when eating one of his hot, fresh cinnamon rolls. That image sent her even further over the top. Unable to hold still, she squirmed under his teasing kisses and caresses, making a guttural sound when he slid a finger into her passage, pressing deep within her. She climaxed then, 1,000 times more intensely than when she made herself come. This was Cillian, his dark curls and exquisite face between her thighs, feasting on her with such erotic abandon that she lost all control, her thoughts scattered to the winds, a blizzard now of black and crimson. Distantly, she heard her sobbing cries of pleasure. Her head swam, and she realized she had indeed fallen back, her fingers clawing the sheets as she bucked her hips in the helpless throes of what he brought her. And he didn't stop there. Instead, looping her knees over his shoulders and feasting more, thrusting additional fingers inside her to add a deep, welling drive to the sharper sensations evoked by his scraping teeth and clever tongue. The additional contact gave her a keener, more overwhelming sense of his magic, and she caught the wave of it, surfing ever higher and faster until she crashed, tumbling head over heels into release. With a wordless sound of delight, Cillian kissed his way up her body, pausing to lavish attention on her breasts, then laid himself beside her, smoothing a hand over her quivering belly and propping his head on the other. She rolled her head to look at him, her eyes not quite focusing. "Still in there?" he asked with a smile, very much the cat who'd been in the cream, recalling exactly what he'd been lapping up with such enthusiasm. She blushed. "Ah, I see you are." He bent to kiss her, and she tasted salt on his lips, more echoes of the ocean. Still in a sensual dream, she imagined his magic and her body had somehow blended to make the elixir. Delicious," she murmured. "Yes, you are." He gave her one more lingering kiss. "I should get started on that gingerbread for you." She grabbed hold of him before he could move away. "Wait, I know that's not all." His brows climbed. "We don't have to do everything the first night." But what if it's the only night? She knew better than to speak that fatalistic thought aloud to sunny-minded Cillian, with his lovely family and his head in the pages of a book. "I want to have sex," she told him decisively. "I feel I should inform you that this is all sex," he replied with a quirk of a smile. "Don't be pedantic. I want you inside me." She enjoyed how his black-on-black pupils dilated with renewed arousal. "Or I can go down on you," she added, feeling bold in the delight of taking him by surprise. "Return the favor?" "Darling Alise," he said, his voice hoarse, and he combed his fingers into her short hair. "You know, it's not an exchange of favors, yes? A figure of speech. Yes and no. I want you to understand that what we just did, I did out of desire, not to put credit into some kind of karmic savings so I can withdraw similar acts from you. Lovemaking, sex, this is for us to share. It should not be transactional." There was a bitterness behind his earnest words that made her wonder. Did something happen to you to give you such strong opinions about sex becoming transactional? He shook his head, not in negation, but brushing off the question. "That's not a story I want in bed with us. My point is that it's very important to me that everything you do with and for me comes from a place of consent, not from obligation." "Cillian." She laid a hand on his bare chest, unable to resist stroking the fine, silky hairs. I don't feel any obligation. I just really want to give you pleasure also. I'd be more assertive, but I don't know what to do. Unexpected emotion swamped her. She didn't like being the naive, awkward one. If only she were older, more experienced, and could employ some exotic, seductive skills on him, startle and please him as he had her. Feeling a bit self-conscious, she pressed a kiss to his chest, then took a chance and kissed his velvety pink nipple. He shuddered, his fingers clenching in her hair close to the scalp. The shockingly erotic sensation made her melt against him. He pressed his lips to the top of her head, muttering something she didn't catch, then released her hair and dragged her up for a devastating kiss. She clung to the kiss, to him like a drowning woman. He slid his hand down the curve of her hip, making a sound when she eagerly spread her legs for him. "So wet for me," he said on a shuddering sigh, then turned on his back, drawing her with him. "Straddle me. That way you can control it, in case it hurts." She'd been shy to look at him too closely before, but now she gingerly took hold of his cock, marvelling at the feel of it, so very different from her own body. Her knees on either side of his narrow hips, she carefully explored his member, surprised at the softness of the skin of his shaft, the tip even more velvety than his nipples. Cillian lay still, eyes closed, pained lines creasing his face. Halting her exploration in concern, she asked, "Am I hurting you?" He cracked open one eye. "Yes, you're killing me, but that's no reason to stop." At her hesitation, he trailed reassuring fingers along her hip. "This is my every fantasy come true, darling Alise, and I'm doing my best to ensure it doesn't end too soon for you and for me," he added with a hint of a smile. "However, allow me to encourage you to move on, if you're determined on this." He lifted both hands to her breasts, teasing and lightly pinching her nipples, renewing the flame of need that hadn't abated despite everything so far. She squirmed, breath growing short, her pussy aching with it. "Cillian," she panted, "I only stop when I'm inside you." Having quite a bit of trouble concentrating, she positioned the head of his cock at her entrance, sliding down a bit so he stretched her. His hands on her breast stilled, and they both let out a long, sighing groan of mutual desire. "You feel so good," he muttered, eyes closed again. "Please, don't stop." She had zero intention of stopping, though her tissues complained a little. The sting was nothing compared to the craving, and she wriggled, lowering herself more. Cillian dropped his hands to her thighs, holding her, his face once more a rictus that looked like agony, but that shimmered with erotic pleasure. Watching every nuance of his expression, with him looking so beautiful, with his nearly black curls spread on the pillow, his lips flushed from their kisses and play, she slowly lowered herself until he was sheathed to the hilt inside her. That last bit of contact sent bolts of pleasure through her. Having his flesh so intimately against hers came as a revelation. More than ever, she was beyond grateful she'd chosen him to be the one. It didn't bear thinking how it would be with someone else, especially in violation. A wave of tenderness washed over her, partly his quiet magic, partly her own gratitude and deep affection for this beautiful boy filling her so perfectly, completing her so deliciously. Slowly, Cillian opened his eyes, rubbing his palms up and down her thighs. "That can be enough," he said, gaze roving her face with concern. "Oh, no, it isn't," she replied on a breath of a laugh. Moving judiciously at first, then with more vigour, she rode him, amazed by the bone-melting sensations flowing all through her, mirrored and enhanced in him. their magic interweaving, commingling with profound intimacy. The orgasm took her hard, her spine arching of its own accord, a cry escaping her as she threw her head back, utterly entranced and catapulted. Cillian grasped her hips, vicing his hands on her and holding her in place as he drove upward, following her with frenzied deep thrusts that extended the waves of completion, carrying her to his familiar shore. She collapsed over him, purged and limp, dimly aware that he stroked her back with long affectionate caresses, his love words a gentle susurrus in her ear. The thought ran through her mind, though never clearly enough to reach her lips, that this, being with him, being so connected to him, there might never be enough. 19. Alise awoke some time later, the room dim, the sky out the window a winter painting of slate grey, snowflakes swirling in the meagre light shining from the window. Most of that light came through the open door to the living area, golden from the lamps and the little fireplace where the fire elemental danced, gradually devouring the wood chips fed to it. A rich aroma of gingerbread flowed in also, and she smiled, touched that Cillian took her whim so seriously. Her stomach rumbled with interest too. Slipping out from under the covers he'd clearly pulled over her, she stretched, feeling the delicious ache in every part of her body, then went naked to the window and gazed out. Convocation Academy lay still under the snow, golden light shining out from various windows, illuminating the pristine cloak. Alise had never borne much affection for the school, but in this moment the old turrets and towers, the stone wings and boxy courtyards looked almost romantic. It was simply a structure, saturated with magic, yes, but neither good nor bad in and of itself. The people housed within made their choices, pursued their dreams and schemes, plotted to win or merely to survive. They were the ones to decide on their paths. The school simply taught them what they needed to know. More than anything else, Alise needed those skills. She could accomplish nothing without understanding her own abilities. Deciding what to do with them could come later. The grief over Maman's senseless death and Alise's culpability in that would never fully leave her. But somehow, in that brilliantly intimate time with Cillian, something inside her had settled, not healed over, not now nor any time soon, but she felt less raw. No longer so unmoored, like a ship in full sail with no crew or rudder, plunging through storm after storm, emerging from each battering a bit more ragged than before. No, it would be up to her to learn to steer this ship, to trim the sails and take the measure of the wind and waves. Somewhere along the journey, she'd abdicated that responsibility, what she owed to herself. "I thought I felt you stir," Cillian said from the doorway, a lean silhouette with wild curls. "Everything all right?" "More than all right." She went to him with a smile, feeling sensual and replete with relaxed abandon. Winding her arms around his neck, she kissed him long and lingeringly, loving how his hands drifted over her body, as if savouring her, one hand palming her bottom and the other between her shoulder blades, holding her close to him. Cillian had donned a soft robe made of a felted material she didn't recognize, and it rubbed tantalizingly against her nude body. When he drew back from the kiss, he grinned at her sound of protest and resisted her efforts to recapture him. "No, darling Alise," he said with real amusement, "I am impervious to your wiles until you're properly fed." "Feeding me is all you think about." "Not all." His grin became a leer as his gaze swept her body. "Still, keeping you alive and well enough to handle the many stones being hurled in your direction is a priority for me. There's fresh gingerbread," he added with a purr of enticement. "So I smell?" she replied, trying to sound grudging, but her stomach chose that moment to growl in audible demand. She clapped a hand to it, groaning theatrically. I swear, all I do around you is eat and sleep. Not all, he repeated with a salacious grin, ducking when she swatted him. You need both, and I'm happy to facilitate that. He tipped up her chin and gave her a sweet, chaste kiss. Be a good girl, and we can see about more of this later. I left pajamas for you on the end of the bed there. Taking her shoulders, he turned her to point her that way, then gave her bottom a pat. You know where the bathing facilities are. Take your time. I'll dish up dinner when you're ready. Dinner? She called after him as he left the room. I thought I was having fresh gingerbread. You'll have a proper meal first, he called back. Then dessert, if you behave. It was absurd to be charmed by him saying such things to her, but a silly smile stretched her cheeks and she rolled her eyes at herself. Apparently, she'd lost all sense along with her virginity. Alise emerged from Cillian's bedroom wearing his old pajamas, or it might have been more precise to say they were wearing her, as she was nearly swallowed up by them. And he wasn't all that big of a guy. She looked like one of his sister's porcelain dolls, delicate, lovely, lustrous eyes dominating her heart-shaped face, and wearing the clothes from an entirely different doll. She'd rolled up the fleece bottoms at the ankles, where they hovered in fat rolls above her slender feet. The sight of her adorable pink toes did something to him. She gave him a wry look, flapping her arms in the baggy top. He noticed she had the spirit bottle in one hand, keeping it close. He supposed that was the best solution for the moment. I feel like I'm wearing a tent, Alise informed him. Have you ever been in a tent? He asked curiously. He liked to sleep out in the hills in a tent, but that didn't seem like something a daughter of Lord Lal would do. She lifted her nose. I don't have to have slept in one to know what it is, or what it feels like to be draped in one, she added. My clothes seem to have disappeared. I gave them to the cleaning imps. They'll be done soon. Besides, I thought you'd be more comfortable in pajamas. It's getting cold out there. I can get the fire elemental to increase the heat, if you want. That would be excellent. The old building tended to be drafty, the generous heat provided by the elementals dispersing rapidly, especially when it got windy, as this night promised to be. He was lucky to have the little fireplace, but his sole fire elemental could only do so much, or it seemed. Turned out the creature hadn't been doing as much as it could after all. While he dished up their supper, he observed with interest as Alise crouched before the flickering elemental, a faint scent of roses in the air, as she spoke to it in low tones, sounding not unlike someone speaking to a pet cat. When she rose to her feet again, the fire elemental had doubled in size, dancing with increased vigour over the wood chips. What did you do? He asked, carrying their bowls to the small dining table he almost never used. I thought fire elementals were one size and strength. The kind already tamed and bound for household use are, she answered. That's part of House Elal product standardization. I didn't even realize you had a dining table. I thought this was a desk or bookshelf, she teased. He loved her humour, especially since she so rarely let it emerge. I picked some things up to accommodate an actual human being here. Don't you count as an actual human? Not at all, he answered in his most serious voice. I'm book adjacent and serve their whims. She laughed, a low, sensual sound. Setting the bowls down, he leaned over to kiss her, delighted to have her there, relaxed and happy. She gave him a curious smile. What was that for? Just saying hi. She blushed lightly. Hi. Go ahead and sit. Start eating. I'll grab the bread. This looks really lovely, and like hours of work. He brought the basket of warm bread back to the table and sat opposite her. You slept several hours. And you didn't? Unlike other people at this table, I regularly get sufficient sleep, so no, I did not take a nap. Instead, he'd started the breads, made the stew and put it on simmer, then picked up the apartment so it would be more orderly, all the while comforted to know Alise was in the little bedroom, the scent of her drowsy magic comforting as a glass of warmed wine. Ha ha ha. She dipped her spoon into the bowl, moving pieces around. What am I eating? Beef stew with mushrooms. She took a bite and closed her eyes in an expression of such utter bliss that his cock stirred with renewed hunger for her. This is delicious, way better than anything the dining hall serves. Now you know why I like to cook for myself. Except when you're lurking in the dining hall in order to spy on me. To look out for you, he corrected easily. Now that I can feed you myself, I won't worry so much. As previously noted, you worry too much. She needed someone to be concerned about her, but he decided that wouldn't be a productive conversation. Tell me more about what you did with the fire elemental. Changing the subject? Absolutely. He offered her the bread basket, waiting for her to take a slice, then helped himself and swirled it in the thick sauce of the stew. Taking a sopping bite, he rolled the flavour on his tongue. Quite good, he decided. The mushrooms added a nice richness, and the red wine he'd used in the sauté reminded him of Alise's flavour. You like to dip stuff, Alise observed, watching him. I do. I love the contrast of crunchiness and creaminess. Demonstrating, he popped a bit of dripping crust in his mouth and chewed. He'd gotten the crust on the bread just right, too. Perfect. And so was she. Alise looked exactly right, sitting at his table, her magic softening the air, turning winter to rose-laden summer. She tipped her head. You're surprisingly sensual for someone so in his head. Why is that surprising? There's no conflict between thinking and feeling. I can do both. Yes, you can. Do you really want to know more about the fire elemental? Very much. Why? I'm curious. Also, he wanted to know everything about her. He particularly liked how her face lit up when she talked about her magic working. She was deeply conflicted about it too, and he wasn't sure why, but at least this aspect of her talents brought her joy, and Alise didn't have nearly enough of that. She sounded unconvinced, but kept going. I gave the fire elemental more magic, for one. As I was saying before, the production line wizards employed by House Elal summon the elementals, then bind them according to a standardized protocol. That process includes a packet of magic, along with a set of instructions. The elementals can use a favoured material to supplement that magic, like earth elementals eating dirt, but they can only charge to a certain point. The excess goes nowhere. Otherwise, we'd end up with earth elementals growing to enormous size and power in the sewage pits, and no one wants that. He loved this side of her, and Mock shuddered. A daunting image, and also something I'd never thought about. She shrugged a little, forking up some beef and chewing. Why would you? This kind of thing falls under the realm of House Arcania, establishing a consistent product line. Of course, the process of standardizing elementals for household use happened centuries ago, crafted by my Elal ancestors, and only tweaked since then. Why fix what isn't broken? Why, indeed? She smirked at his reply. A commonality to high houses, I believe, clinging to tradition. Anyway, these elementals being the size and shape they are has been consistent for not only our entire lives, but our parents' lives and grandparents and before. So it's natural to accept that as the default without examination. I don't much like to think of myself as having accepted something as a fundamental truth without having examined it, he admitted. She gazed at him thoughtfully. No, you wouldn't. But look where your curiosity has led you. Examination of the banal. She grinned impishly. So, Because I have Alal blood, it's relatively easy for me to tinker with the default settings on an Alal product. I simply adjusted the metrics that had been binding the fire elemental to the standard size and heat output, fed it some extra magic to compensate for the increases, and promised it some gingerbread as a treat. That gave him pause. A fire elemental can consume more than wood or oil? Oh, yes, they particularly like anything with heat elements, like spices. Like ginger. She pointed a bread crust at him. Exactly. So, will it eventually revert to standard? Yours? She shook her head. No, it will stay this way, unless you want me to reset it, or you could get some other Alal wizard to do it. You're the only Alal wizard I want mucking with my elementals. She fluttered her lashes. Such a romantic. Only for you, he nearly said, but restrained the words. Anyway, I'm talking too much, she said. She rarely spoke so freely, it was true, which meant he didn't want her to stop. I asked, he pointed out simply, and I'm delighted to keep my improved fire elemental. Good. Her lips curved in a satisfied smile, her dark gaze warm, and he savoured seeing her in such a relaxed mood. He even allowed himself a bit of self-congratulation at having helped get her there. More stew? Or are you ready for the gingerbread you commanded me to make? She groaned, patting her concave stomach as if that demonstrated anything. If I eat any more stew, I won't have room for gingerbread. That's a decision, then. He stood and gathered their empty plates. I can help with that, she said, starting to rise. No need. Sit and relax. I feel like that's all I've been doing, she grumbled. For once in your life, he agreed. You'll need to practice more before you get a good feel for it. I just don't want you to have to wait on me. Take care of you, he corrected, which I like to do, so you're pleasing me by allowing it. She was quiet, and he glanced at her, finding that she was frowning at him. That seems backward, she explained, catching his look. You've been through a traumatic experience, he said it as calmly as he could, stacking the empty plates in the bin for the earth elementals to scour, controlling the immediate swell of rage as best he could. I couldn't help you before, but I can do this much. I didn't expect you to help me before, she said quietly. Ah, well, if that didn't only make him angrier. I know. Because you didn't trust me, he didn't say. Because you don't think I'm capable. Because you don't need me like I need you. He didn't say any of it, though. Instead, he focused on slicing the gingerbread. The next moment, the scent of roses thickened, and she slid slender arms around him from behind. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. He set down the knife he'd been gripping too hard and laid his hands over hers, aware she pressed her cheek between his shoulder blades, and that this was the first truly spontaneous gesture of affection she'd shown him. Tempted to deny it, to brush it off, he reconsidered. If they had any future with each other, unlikely, but regardless, he should give her emotional honesty. I understand why you didn't. I also think it wasn't only the gears or the threats that kept you silent. She didn't say anything for a while, but she also didn't move away. I'm used to being on my own, she finally said, sounding bleak enough that he wanted to kick himself for making her sad when she'd been so happy just moments before. Turning, he faced her and leaned against the counter, drawing her close and cupping her head against his chest. He kissed her sleek hair, fragrant with the scent of her magic. You don't have to be. She tipped her chin up, searching his face. I think I'm maybe not good at asking for help. Have you ever asked for help and been refused? A laugh escaped, bitter-edged. Piers Alal believes firmly that only the weak rely on anyone but themselves. Oh, darling. He smoothed comforting hands down her back. It's not true. She smiled a little, but it didn't reach her eyes where doubt lingered. "How about some gingerbread with brandy sauce?" he suggested, rather than pushing her further into unhappiness. "That sounds amazing," she admitted, then narrowed her eyes at him. "But I feel it's important to clarify that I didn't command you make it." "Very nearly." He chucked her under her adorably pointed chin. "All high house lady ordering her minions about." "Cillian?" She looked outraged, but also contained a laugh. "That is so unfair." "Don't fret, my lady," he continued, setting her back from him so he could check the consistency of the brandy sauce. "I'm a very happy minion." 20. The gingerbread was, of course, exquisitely good, and the brandy sauce launched it into the realm of paradisial. Alise devoured it all, despite her already full stomach. While she ate, she mused over the full rotation in her relationship with Cillian and how she wanted to handle that. Cillian was quiet too, either similarly occupied with eating or giving her room to think. Probably the latter, knowing him. It seemed that, regardless of her best intentions, he had been drawn into her particular vortex of doom and would not be dissuaded from hanging on. So be it. She couldn't fight everyone and everything, particularly not the gently tenacious Cillian. "So," she began, scraping up the last bits of the dessert and focusing on that, not Cillian, but fully aware she had his instant attention. "In the morning, you'll escort me to Professor Harahel and go to see the Provost about Gordon Harahel. Once I'm done with Professor Harahel, I'll see Professor Cillian about the spirit bottle, and still not go to her other classes or make inroads on her passively increasing workload." She suppressed a sigh for that. "Sounds like a good plan," he replied evenly, not pointing out that they'd already covered this. Saying nothing more, he waited her out. She sighed mentally for his obdurate nature. "Fine, and then we can see about a trip to House Harahel and finishing what we started." "Good," he replied instantly. "I'll arrange it with the Provost." "If you can." "Oh, I'll make a persuasive argument, no fear. The Provost assigned you this independent study for a reason, and appointed me to assist for the same reason. House Uriel can't openly move against House Harahel, but I have no doubt that they closely monitor Harnahel's activities. They have to suspect Harahel in the actions against House Phel. Provost Uriel's tacit support of your investigation is proof of it. In addition, Uriel has traditionally seen themselves as a bulwark between Harahel and their ongoing attempts to conquer the Convocation. Once the Provost learns about Gordon Harnahel's attempts to quell you, she'll want the evidence of their perfidy even more, and that corroborating evidence can only be obtained in the House Harahel archives. I don't think it's entirely accurate to say the information can be obtained only in the House Harahel archives," Alise replied, looking up at him, her plate scraped as clean as it could be, and finding him preparing to argue. "Oh, don't look at me like that. I said I'd go, didn't I? And I am agreeing to go because I think we will find valuable information there. My point is that I don't think Gordon Harahel would be slithering through these hallways, issuing vile threats and risking convocation censure if there wasn't something to be found in the archives right here." "I had the same thought," Cillian agreed, relaxing again. "I've been contemplating the problem, and I think I'm close to a solution. Library magic might not be as potent as yours, but it has its uses. I've got some ideas for a few things I can try." "I wish you wouldn't do that," she said, continuing when he raised an inquiring brow. "You denigrate your magic, calling your wizardry low level and comparing it to mine unfavorably." He regarded her a moment, looking taken aback. "I just want you to know that I don't have delusions about us. I am a low-level wizard practicing a kind of magic with limited, very niche applications. And I'm at peace with that. I'm happy with my life. Are you, though? She persisted. Yes. But he sounded defensive, looking away to finish his own dessert. Because you don't talk like someone who's perfectly happy with their life. He met her gaze again, black eyes no longer soft but glittering with irritation. And you know how many people who are perfectly happy with their lives to know how they speak about it? Fine. She rose, picking up her plate. Don't confide in me, then. She whirled around on the few short steps to the kitchen. But it's not fair, you going on about me asking for help and telling you my secrets when you don't trust me with yours. Have you told me everything, then? He returned. I don't have to tell you everything. We're not talking about me. Indeed, you don't have to tell me anything at all. But you also don't get to rail at me for not laying my bleeding heart on the table for you to dissect with your sharp tongue. Arrested, hurt, she gaped at him a moment, then took her plate into the kitchen. Tempted to hurl it into the cleaning bin, she instead set it carefully aside, extracted the clean plates from lunch, and found their proper place in the cupboard. I apologize, Cillian said, picking up the plate she'd set aside and handing it to her, along with his own to put in the cleaning box. No need, she replied lightly, telling herself she wasn't hurt, restraining the urge to wail that she thought he liked her. I do have a sharp tongue. Nick has a sharp tongue. Our papa's is like a double-headed axe. You're not saying anything I don't know about myself. Don't clean up, he said, as she began adding the dirty pots to the bin. I can do that. You cooked. I can do the dishes. A much easier task. Unable to resist, she silently enhanced the boxed earth elementals that came with the cleaning bin. He sighed, boosted himself up to sit on the counter, and watched her work. I am happy with my life. Or I was until I met you. Oh, ouch. Several bitter reproaches rushed to her tongue, including pointing out that he had pursued her, not the other way around. But for once, she decided to say nothing rather than run the risk of speaking sharply. You're welcome, she thought wryly. I can't, Cillian started to say, then broke off. I'm having a hard time shaking the feeling that I'm not good enough for you, that we don't really have a future. Lady Elal and the poor scholar. I keep telling you I'm not likely to ever be Lady Elal. But you'll still be you, brilliant, powerful, at the heart of everything happening. You're at the center of this brewing storm. How odd that he used those exact words. The echo penetrated her cloud of sadness and hurt. Why do you say that? Put exactly that way? No reason in particular. Just an observation. Why? She glanced over her shoulder at him to find him watching her with that keen intelligence. Might as well tell him everything, whether or not he disliked her sharp tongue. Or maybe because he did dislike that about her. What did she have to lose if hearing this annoyed him further? Wiping her hands, she leaned on the opposite counter. House Harahel wasn't the only one to send a messenger and a warning. His tension sharpened in the air between them, the slice of his inquisitive magic palpable. Not invasive, he wouldn't do that to her, but the sense of him wanting, needing to know was clear. Tell me, he said shortly. This part would take careful dancing, as she still had no intention of telling him about her ability to sever the wizard-familiar bond, nor about murdering her own mother. She would never speak to anyone about that. The fewer people who knew, the better. Besides, she didn't think she could bear the look in Cillian's eyes if she told him the monstrous truth about herself. A house aerial wizard visited me and warned me that they had information that they had received word of tampering with the wizard's familiar bond. Cillian waited, clearly restraining a dozen questions, and probably a tart criticism for her withholding that information until then. He raised his brows when she didn't say more. Did this messenger have anything else to impart? Nothing of import. She didn't say why she'd come to me, except to issue vague threats related to Ileana being at House Phel and strongly implying that someone there knew about the bond severing. Is it true? Have there been wizard familiar bonds severed? Cillian asked, catching and holding her gaze. Yes, she sighed, not seeing a way around this. 2. Between Maman and Papa, and between Hila Asher and his familiar Laren. He whistled, long and low, considering. Does someone there know about it? Alise shrugged, turning away. I can't imagine who. She seemed to think that because the bond was severed between Maman and Papa, I would know something about it. But obviously I don't. Is that obvious? He asked quietly. What would I know? She did her best to sound innocently perplexed. I haven't graduated yet, so I don't have the information on how the bonding enchantment is created in the first place. Wait, do you know? Cillian cocked his head and raised his brows, indicating that he did, but that he couldn't speak of it due to the geas that accompanied the information. What do you know about how the bond was severed between your parents? He asked, and between Asher and Laren for that matter. It can't be coincidence that both unprecedented severings occurred at House Phel. She should have known the inquisitive, observant librarian wouldn't have missed that pattern. They'd been careless, and she should never have taken him to House Phel in the first place. If she'd left him by the side of the road to House Harahel, so many complications would have been avoided. She also wouldn't be there at that moment, her body lax and sore from his love-making. So difficult to balance the positives and negatives. I really don't know anything. Who could perform such a trick? I didn't even know it was possible. You're deflecting. I can see it in your face and smell it in your magic. You can trust me, Alise. You have to know I wouldn't harm anyone you love, which includes all of House Phel. With palpable relief, she realized he didn't suspect her. You think it was Gabriel? He shrugged thoughtfully. The evidence certainly adds up. He ticked the points off on his fingers. Gabriel Phel never attended Convocation Academy, which gives him a rather enviable intellectual freedom when considering what can and can't be done with wizardry. He therefore never graduated, which means he has a flexible concept of the wizard-familiar bond. In lieu of speaking words he could not, Cillian raised his brows significantly. Lord Phel is also an idealist, an iconoclast who openly struggles with the entire system of wizard-familiar bonding and the second-class citizenship the practice confers upon familiars. Not that I disagree. He's significantly invested in Nick's happiness and would love to kill your father. He'd have been motivated to please his wife and to injure Eilal. Finally, his combination of moon and water magic hasn't been seen in the Convocation since the previous iteration of House Phel collapsed, metaphorically and literally, so we don't know what kind of capability it confers. He frowned, looking perplexed, speaking more slowly as he thought it through. The flaw in this logic is there's no reason to believe the wizard-familiar bond is created by Gabriel Phel's brand of magic, and every reason to assume it's a subset of psychic wizardry. Cillian considered her, his agile mind perceiving far too much, which would explain House Ariel's concern, given that historical records hint that their techniques in physically binding animals to their purposes may have contributed to the early experiments that resulted in the implementation of wizard-familiar bonding. It would also explain Hanil and Uriel's interest in you. In me? She nearly squeaked. I don't follow. I think you do. I think you follow far too well. He hopped off the counter in a surprisingly quick and sinuous move, caging her against the counter she'd unwisely trapped herself against. "Look at me, Alise," he commanded softly, steel beneath the velvet, waiting until she reluctantly complied. He framed her face in his hands. "No lies, no evasions. Tell me what happened. You owe me the truth." "I owe you nothing," she hissed, trying to wrench her face from his hands. He held on, strength in his determination. Alise could have repelled him easily, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. As awful as him discovering the monstrous truth would be, some part of her wept in relief at not having to carry it alone any longer. "Allow me to rephrase," he said. "This is a secret so potent it could destroy you, and I'm not going to stand by and allow that to happen. This, I think, is at the heart of what's been eating at you. I've watched you work your wizardry, felt the ebb and flow of your magic as you manipulated those spirit bonds in the archives. You figured out how to sever the wizard-familiar bond, didn't you? You are the one who did it." Abruptly, she burst into tears, the sobs wrenching out of her in agonizing convulsions of grief. "I'm sorry," she sobbed. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Her head spun. The room darkened, and she found herself being carried into Cillian's bedroom. Cradled against him, she lay in the bed that smelled of him and resonated with their intertwined magics, grating out the apologies that would never be enough, while he soothed her and spoke words she couldn't hear in a chanting rhythm of surcease. 21. Cillian held Alise as she broke open with a profound grief he'd never had guessed lurked within the cool, collected, and often inscrutable wizard woman. He'd been chipping away at her, deliberately working at getting her to confide in him, employing every trick he could think of to seduce, cajole, and, yes, even bully his way through her reflexive defences. He hadn't expected this immense grief, nor that she'd be, in the end, so fragile when she gave up the walls she'd been hiding behind. Guilt assailed him that he'd done this to her, but he set it aside. She shouldn't have had to bear this burden alone. If this is what it took to get her to open up to him, then so be it. He only hoped that she wouldn't hate him for it. At last, those ugly, horrible sobs weakened, diminished, then faded away altogether. They lay there together in near silence, broken only by her occasional sniffles. She also gradually tensed as she recovered her senses, the wine-red, rose-red crimson scent of her magic intensifying as her formidable intelligence reasserted itself. Figuring he'd better strike now, in this interstitial moment between the utter devastation of her grief and the moment she'd recovered enough to begin rebuilding those usually unassailable walls, he spoke. "Tell me the story," he said in a quiet, gentle voice, "from the beginning." She stirred restlessly, quite as he'd expected, and he firmed his embrace. "There's no wriggling away from this," he informed her. "The proverbial cat is out of the bag, so you may as well arm me with the information I need." "I can't decide if I hate you or—" She trailed off, not willing or able to finish it, much as his heart longed to hear the possible alternative. "You don't hate me. You hate being vulnerable." "Is that why you trapped me here?" Her voice had a cantankerous note, but he knew her sharp tongue well and, to tell the truth, had become perversely fond of being flayed by it, and her heart wasn't in the accusation. "Wrapped you here," he corrected. "In my arms, my blankets, and my silence. I suspect I may end up saying this to you all our lives, but you can trust me, darling Alise." All our lives. She snorted, her face pale in the shadows as she pulled back to look at him in the dim light filtering from the other room. And here, just moments ago, you were going on about not fitting into my life or this grand future you imagine for me as Lady Alise, though now you should understand the main reason why that can never be. He didn't tell her about his fantasies, how he imagined being her friend and advisor, no matter how high she rose. That he couldn't be her lover forever went without saying. Only Alise being at this nadir of her life prevented her from seeing that as clearly as he did. But he would savour being her lover as long as it lasted. He'd store up every moment, every touch and scent and flavour and whispered word, even the sharp one she spoke in anger, and he would do his best by her to help her through this, so that when she inevitably left him and moved on with her life, she'd think of him fondly, perhaps receive those visits he dreamed might persist throughout their days, if only she recognized his value to her. "Tell me the story," he said again, "from the beginning." She sighed, but he sensed her capitulation. "This will sound like an excuse, but it was all Nick's idea." Cillian thought wryly to himself that he wasn't at all surprised. Even when she'd been a promising uncat, all but universally acclaimed as a wizard and the next head of House Alise, Lady Veronica Alise had been a force to be reckoned with. He kept quiet, however, hoping receptive silence would keep Alise talking. "It began with Larin," she continued on a long breath. "She betrayed Nick to the Samaels, you know. Or perhaps you don't. Gabriel had been psychically injured in the effort to rehabilitate Celaya and was unconscious for days and days. Larin told Sergio Samael, and he, assuming Gabriel would die, abducted Nick to his house so he could force her to bond with him as his familiar. This is maybe going into the weeds too much. Anyway, once Gabriel had rescued Nick, they faced the problem of how to deal with Larin. Asher, as her wizard, felt deeply betrayed, but she also carried their baby, got during their betrothal trials. No one wanted to execute Larin as she deserved. So Nick hit upon the idea that you could sever the wizard-familiar bond and free Asher of his connection and obligation to Larin. Yes, in part. She thought to offer the option to Larin as an alternative to execution because it would allow me to practice for what she most wanted me to do. Free your mother from her wizard, your father. Exactly. She shoved her hair back from her face, the inky silk of it falling through her shadowy fingers. They found Maman in the tower where Nick had been imprisoned, left behind when Papa fled. Maman wasn't herself, possibly from being kept in alternate form for so long, as punishment for helping Nick escape her wedding, or because of the attenuation of the wizard-familiar bond. So, Nick came up with the arguably innovative and fascinating idea of severing that bond in an attempt to save your mother's life. It really was a clever solution. The Convocation texts were filled with tales of the tragic effects of the wizard-familiar bond attenuation, both non-fiction and fiction, including, notably, the saga of Silas and Lindella. The familiar inevitably wasted away and perished. Cillian hadn't gotten to that part of Silas and Lindella's tragic tale, as Lindella's death in her wizard's arms as he rescued her too late to save her obviously came near the end. But that famous fictional familiar's epic passing was often referenced in that context. Innovative and clever, yes, except that now we know why no one does it. The technique didn't work. Grief, and worse, self-recrimination haunted her voice. It truly is impossible. Not to be pedantic, he said, hugging her close to give what comfort he could. But clearly the technique did work and is possible. You successfully severed the wizard-familiar bond between two couples. That's an amazing achievement. You and I must have different definitions of the word success, she replied sourly. Larin became listless and decidedly unhealthy, and Maman, she died. Alise's voice broke entirely. I did that. I murdered my own mother, who I loved dearly. Not a rousing success. Cillian debated with himself on what to say to her. He hated that she'd been carrying this burden alone, and would love to have a chat with Lady Phel about she and Gabriel sending Alise off to cope with this bleeding wound by herself without any support. But the logical flaws were apparent to him and might help her. May I offer a different interpretation? Cillian, she said on a long sigh, you don't have to try to make me feel better. I know what I did. I'm coping with that. While I would love to make you feel better, I think I have a valid set of logical arguments here, but I understand that now might not be the right time. She made a snuffling sound that he finally realized was a laugh. Shallow and watery, but definite amusement. Only you. He wasn't sure whether to take umbrage at that. Still, she sounded less broken, and that heartened him. Listen, you're talking about an experimental technique with a dataset of 2 points. One of those points, not to be unfeeling about your maman, but regarding the situation with a level of objectivity, was a person already in peril. She'd been non-responsive since her rescue, had spent far too long in her alternate form, and seemed unlikely to survive as she was. Yes? Or you wouldn't have tried a desperation move to attempt to save her. True, Alise agreed reluctantly. But Larin... Right, data point number 2. A woman who is pregnant, disgraced, feeling the intense displeasure of her bonded wizard. No matter the status of their relationship, she sounds like someone already deeply unhappy to the point of apathy. Was she in robust health and spirits before you performed the severing? Well, she was imprisoned in her rooms and barely eating. I'm going to call that a no. Fair. Alise sounded somewhat less despondent, which was definitely encouraging. Finally, every good experiment testing a new technique requires a control, and you had none. I don't know how you'd control for that. Offhand, I don't either, but I can say with confidence that this was a flawed experiment. It wasn't an experiment so much as, what did you call it? A desperation move. Exactly. He squeezed her lightly, aware of her bird-like bones and resilient spirit. You can't draw conclusions from that. You tried something desperate to help your mother with the best of intentions, and it tragically didn't save her life. But, he said, talking over her when she tried to interrupt, bear with me a moment, please, because this is important. The outcome could have, very likely would have, been exactly the same, with or without your attempt to save her. Alise was quiet for a long time. I feel like you're making excuses for me, she finally said. Was Nick upset with you? Did she blame you for your mother's death? She twisted to look up at him, though he figured she couldn't see more of his expression than he could hers. Of course not. Because Nick is so even-tempered, forgiving, never expects much of anyone. He nodded knowingly, just in case Alise missed the sarcasm. Right. Alise snorted at the image of fiery, strong-minded Nick being any of those things. Then she sighed. I know what you're doing. Nick told me it wasn't my fault, but you decided to blame yourself anyway, and nearly tore yourself apart in the process. I have to hold myself accountable, she said quietly. I don't want to become a monster. I don't want to be my father. Oh, darling Alise, you couldn't be. It's not in you. Your heart is too big. You have a worryingly skewed perspective of me, she said wryly. What about my sharp tongue? Sharp tongue, soft heart, he intoned. That's what my people say. She snort-giggled. They do not. You'll see when you come to House Harahel. In the meanwhile, what are you doing to hone this skill you discovered? She levered up onto one elbow, a darker shadow looming over him. Are you crazy? Nothing. First of all, if word of this possibility gets out, it will upend the convocation, probably start a war between houses, and second, there is no way I'm going near doing anything like that ever again. He waited, but she had nothing more, silently vibrating in challenge. Allow me to rebut then. First of all, word clearly has gotten out, or House Ariel wouldn't have sent that message specifically to you. They know something. Maybe not all of it, but they suspect, and, more saliently, they suspect you. You're in danger, Alise, and you can't wield denial as a blunt force weapon in hopes that the threat will go away. That goes for your second point as well. You might wish you could undo the past, but you can't. This is an ability you have. Do you really want to wait until you're feeling desperate enough again to try a skill you never spent time honing and perfecting? I just won't do it, she answered sullenly after a significant pause. Not even to save someone's life? To save Celia's life? Or Nick's? You don't know it would come to that. Neither of us knows that it won't, either. A low growl emanated from her, and she landed the meat of her fist in the centre of his chest, making him grunt, mostly in surprise. You are impossible to argue with, she complained. I love you too, he said, quickly pulling her down into a kiss to cover the impulsive words. He'd promised himself he wouldn't pressure her. She resisted only a moment, flattening her hand on his chest and releasing a little mew of pleasure. So sweet, his Alise, her tongue caressing his, soft and sensual, not sharp at all. They divested themselves and each other of their clothes, taking their time and sharing long, lingering kisses and caresses in the process. The mood had turned between them, sombre with the release of Alise's intense grief, joyful in their shared intimacy. In the muted darkness, with the snow muffling all sound from outside, he slid into the welcoming embrace of her body with a final and finite sense of coming home at last. 22. Fortified by one of Cillian's homemade cinnamon rolls, on top of a full breakfast, Alise nearly rolled her way through the busy halls on her way to Professor Morgana Seraphiel's office. She wisely restrained any complaints about her overly full belly, lest she elicit another lecture from him on the necessity of blah, blah, blah. He was so adorable, and her body sang from her toes to her giddy heart from his devoted attention, in bed and out. She wouldn't want to have to swear to it, but she suspected this effervescent sensation was actual happiness, maybe even love. They didn't hold hands, of course. They still hadn't discussed how to handle their new affair, not in so many words. Over breakfast, Alise had tiptoed around bringing up the topic, meeting with Cillian's cheerfully steadfast refusal to take up the conversational bait. She'd been left with no choice but to broach the question boldly. Call her a coward. She'd been too at peace eating his delicious food and enjoying the casual affection he showered upon her at every opportunity. She didn't want to ruin things, especially since that seemed to be one of her particular talents. So they walked along, occasionally brushing against each other when more boisterous students or determined faculty crowded them. The bottle of spirits bumped against her thigh, and several more scouted ahead, making sure no one lurked, watching for her. She'd thought Cillian might be annoyed when she suggested that having a couple of scouts to spy out her path might be helpful, since he seemed so bent on protecting her personally, but he'd happily agreed. He still insisted on escorting her, in part to make sure she had backup, and as a witness should anything occur, but also to show Alise the way to the dark arts wing, as she'd never had occasion to go there in the vast labyrinth that was Convocation Academy. She'd rather imagined a Gothic tower or a dismal dungeon. Instead, Cillian guided her to a glass-ceilinged hall with earth instead of stones for the floor. At her puzzled look, he gestured to the view of the heavily overcast sky. The glass must have been enchanted to shed snow, as none lay piled on that part of the roof, as it did on the other crenellations. "The dark arts wizards need access to earth and sky," he said, as if that explained anything. Alise nodded sagely, having no clue why that would be the case. They reached Professor Harahel office, Cillian knocking with the back of his knuckles on the half-ajar door. "Come in," Professor Harahel called in a silky voice, the first time Alise had heard her speak in all the time she'd glimpsed the woman in the archives. "Archivist Harahel," she commented as they stepped in, surveying them both with interest. "We missed you on your usual shift last night." Alise started guiltily, having been so absorbed in her own woes that she'd clean forgotten that the rest day would have ended at the onset of Cillian's night shift. He gave her a half-smile and a slight headshake. "I had other duties," he said to Professor Harahel. "I trust you received notice of our visit." "I wouldn't be here, in my office, still awake, instead of in my bed, would I, if not?" She turned wizard black eyes on Alise. Morgana Harahel looked the quintessential dark arts master, with her corpse-pale skin, skeletal frame, and sleek cap of iron-grey hair. Incongruously, her feet were bare and dirt-encrusted, her long bone-white toes digging into the soil beneath her chair. Snowy light poured in from the wall of windows and arched atrium-style roof. An enchanted waterfall sheeted down one of the interior walls, while the other was occupied by a large fireplace with a real fire burning wood, not an elemental. "I don't recall having you in any of my classes, Alise Phel," Professor Harahel said. "My father wished otherwise," Alise replied politely, not correcting the professor on her preferred house affiliation. The steely wizard woman snorted indelicately. "Pierce Phel can kiss my narrow ass. He always was jealous of House Harahel, and acquisitive. We know about his espionage and the attempts to steal some of our proprietary techniques. Ah, I see you're genuinely surprised by that. I can easily read that in your thoughts. You'll want to work on both your transparent expressions and your psychic shielding if you want to be Lady Phel. With all due respect, Professor, I don't want that." "No? Then you're either a fool or smarter than you look. Which is it?" Alise opened her mouth to answer and realized she'd been trapped into picking one of two unwelcome and untrue options. "Bitter," she replied instead. "Interesting. Bitter I can work with. Archivist Harahel, why are you still standing here? I won't eat the girl, and surely you have better things to do." "Nothing better to do by any stretch, but duty calls," Cillian agreed cheerfully, giving the wizard a little bow. He cast a quick look at Alise, something in his expression telling her he'd like to kiss her goodbye, along with his deliberate step back, as if he didn't trust himself not to. "Be good for the nice professor," he told her with a wink, "and be careful." "Also interesting," Professor Harahel said, watching Cillian leave. "The famously unattainable, beautiful librarian boy falls at last. About time he got over Tsarina. But does Tangia know?" It took Alise a moment to put together that Tandia was Provost Uriel's given name. She had no idea who Serena might be, except that perhaps that was the name of the person Cillian hadn't wanted to allow into their bed by discussing her. "It's not the Provost's business. I'm an adult," she answered stiffly, "and doing nothing wrong." The wizard snorted again, tapping blunt grey enamelled nails on her desk. "Correction. You're a student at this academy, and not a very good one at that." "I've had extenuating circumstances," Alise said, wrestling her immediate ire. "Not interested. Life is an extenuating circumstance. You either handle your shit so you can get done what you need and want to accomplish, or you succumb to every little thing. Which do you plan to do, Alise Phel?" "I claim House Phel as my affiliation now," Alise replied, stung enough to say so. "How whimsical of you. Does Daddy know?" "Lord Phel and I are not on speaking terms at the moment." "I'll just bet you're not. Still, you're an Phel whether you wish to claim that particular albatross or not. It seems I am graced with the opportunity to teach you something more useful to do with your wizardry than twiddling about with ghosties. Shall I teach you how to summon a demon, far more potent than any of your typical non-corporeals?" Alise wasn't quite sure what to make of this rather bizarre interview. "I was given to understand that healer Jonathan Raphael sent a referral for me to learn psychic defenses from you." The wizard tapped her nails in a staccato of boredom, making a face as she did. "So dull. Baby steps. It's a disgrace that Convocation students aren't taught such elementary techniques as a rule. Why do you suppose that is, Alise Phel?" Alise wanted to answer that she had zero control over Convocation Academy curriculum or policy, but she caught the canny gleam in the woman's gaze. A test, then. Because of the potential for abuse? Indeed. The dark arts are regarded with such superstition that all in the Convocation swear by us even as they avoid us. If not for House Seraphiel's historic place and considerable influence within the Convocation, I and my colleagues would have been eliminated from the Academy entirely. As it is, high houses are allowed to excuse their students from coursework in the dark arts, as did your own dear papa. "He is hardly dear to me," Alise pointed out, increasingly intrigued by the cantankerous woman. "Well, that answers the question of whether you're a fool. Tell me, why do you need to learn these psychic defenses healer Jonathan recommends? House Harahel up to their old tricks, I suppose?" Alise didn't know whether to confirm, deny, or plead ignorance, but something about the Seraphiel wizard's frankness disarmed her, and the compulsion had been removed. She owed Gordon Harahel nothing. So she told Morgana Seraphiel everything that had occurred with Gordon, grateful that she'd spent enough of her grief and terror in the telling already that she could keep relatively composed during the recitation. The dark arts professor listened with attentive interest, working her bare toes in the loamy soil beneath her chair thoughtfully. "Take off your boots," she ordered, once Alise had finished her summary. "Don't look at me like I'm balmy, girl. You're here to learn. I'm here to teach. Logic implies that you would do as I say, yes?" All right, though it struck her as a bizarre ask, Alise complied, sitting in a rickety corner chair to pull off her boots and socks, then standing again before the professor. Her feet sank into the soil, which held a surprising amount of warmth and moisture. It felt strange, but also oddly grounding and familiar, as if she'd recaptured a moment from childhood, except that her own childhood had never held such opportunities. If anyone had asked her to imagine what a lesson in the dark arts would be like, she would not have said anything close to this. She had truly expected considerably more bubbling cauldrons and sulphur, a thought that made her smile. Earth and sky, Professor Harahel said, as if answering a question. Water, flame. She pointed in turn to the trickling waterfall and the fireplace. The dark arts have more in common with ancient forms of witchcraft than modern wizardry likes to acknowledge. I didn't realize, Alise murmured. Not with a hole in your education, you wouldn't. But you are experienced with elementals, so you should understand. The numinous is grounded by the elements of our physical world. Psychic manipulation is a magic that relies upon controlling the mental energy of another. Just as you harness the incorporeal to your will, so does an unscrupulous wizard, such as the Harahels have perfected over centuries, attempt to bind and tame you. You are, after all, simply a sophisticated spirit gifted with a corporeal form. Alise had never thought of herself as a spirit with a body, and the idea gave her a sense of dislocation, as if the world had jumped to the left and suddenly presented itself from a different angle. Her head swam woozily. Toes, dirt, the wizard woman instructed, pointing at Alise's feet. Obediently, she dug in her toes, finding that sense of rightness and realness returning. Gives you a different perspective, doesn't it, on all your spirit binding and taming? As you do unto others, so can be done unto you. It's worth remembering. Sometimes I think those of us in houses that trade in variations of psychic magic, Seraphiel, Uriel, Elal, Samael, Ariel, and even Raphael, retain our ancient enmity for Harahel, not so much from hatred of the perverted control they've attempted over the centuries, but out of envy that they do what we scruple not to. Alise gaped at her. Morgana Seraphiel waved that away. A philosophical discussion for another day. Tell me, given your extensive experience in harnessing spirits to your will, think of the most evolved and complex spirit you've found. What weapons does it possess to resist you co-opting its free will? She didn't like to think of herself as a Gordon type, terrorizing others and tethering them to her will in the same way she'd been tormented. The dark arts professor watched her knowingly. Now you begin to understand why everyone is chary of the dark arts. We embrace a different perspective that many find unsettling. Answer my question if you wish to learn, young Elal. Alise bent her mind to the riddle. How did spirits attempt to resist her? Any number of ways, she answered slowly as she thought it through. Evasion first. If they can't be found, they can't be caught. Good. What else? I'm not sure how to describe it, but a kind of slipperiness. They wriggle through my mental grasp like water through my fingers. Excellent. Remember that. And if they cannot evade or elude, they fight. They use strength, matching their power against mine. Depending on what I have available, they sometimes succeed. I don't always have enough magic to outlast them or quickly overpower them. Professor Harahel nodded. You're not a complete idiot, so that's helpful. Which of these weapons do you think you could employ to resist a similar attempt to control your thoughts? Trick question. All of them, depending. It's too late for evasion. House Harahel knows who and where you are. Can you elude the next attempt? Alise considered that, aware she'd furrowed her brow, thinking of that second encounter with the odious Gordon. I might. I could be like water, like air, like sand through a sieve, though it would take practice. And practice we will, the professor replied with satisfaction. That is your first and best line of defense, to outlast and outpower. Well, that would take more resources than you possess at this time, so we will focus on teaching you to be elusive. I thought I'd be learning shields, Alise admitted, but I understand now how this approach makes more sense. Shields are a martial metaphor. They imply a static defense that can be circumnavigated or broken. You will learn to be like the spirit you tame, like the spirit you are, everywhere and nowhere. You cannot be broken because you cannot be fixed into place. Alise found herself smiling. I like the sound of that. Morgana snorted, but a hint of a mirroring smile softened her stern face. Of course you do. All Elals are slippery. You shall learn to be more so than most. They drilled for several hours until Alise satisfied the dark arts professor that she could successfully elude any number of attempts at psychic control, including several truly terrifying attacks from the Seraphiel wizard herself. Soaked in sweat, Alise found herself on hands and knees, digging all fingers and toes into the grounding soil. Barely escaped me on that one, Professor Seraphiel informed her. But the good news for you is that was an extremely difficult attack to handle. There are full Seraphiel wizards who couldn't have done so well. You have a real talent. Are you sure you don't want to study the dark arts? At this point, Alise panted, then found it within herself to climb to her feet again, particularly bolstered by the rare words of praise from the wizard. I'm wondering why everyone doesn't study the dark arts. Morgana Seraphiel laughed softly. Now you know why everyone fears and avoids us. Giving the professor a rueful smile, Alise nodded, accepting the towel Morgana handed her, using real water to wash the dirt from her hands and feet, as instructed, returning both to the soil floor before neatly folding the towel. Considering whether this was wise, and also that it could be her only opportunity, she said, May I ask a question, Professor Seraphiel? You might as well take advantage of my undivided attention to make up for the years of education in the dark arts you missed. She raised her steely brows into forks at Alise's hesitation. Well, she prompted, ask. If I am able, I will answer. Have you ever heard of someone being able to sever the wizard-familiar bond? Alise asked, in more of a rush than she'd intended, or that was probably wise. The forks inverted into a frown, the Seraphiel wizard gazing at her with baleful interest. That would be a revolutionary feat of wizardry, she said slowly, displaying the caution Alise had failed to. Why do you ask? Alise shrugged, trying to be nonchalant and, no doubt, failing miserably. Just rumours. You know how students gossip. Indeed I do. She studied Alise a long moment. Tell me something, Alise Elal. Why is House Hanil so interested in you? Alise widened her eyes in false innocence. I have no idea. You really must become a better dissembler, the professor noted in disgust. Lying is an art like any other. A dark art, Alise retorted impudently, more confident now that she saw through Morgana's brusque manner. Quite the opposite. The dark arts are about uncomfortable truths. There's no room for denial or self-deception when dealing with demons. Are you going to answer my question? Is it important that you have that answer? Cagily handled. You will do well as Lady Elal. As I said previously, I have no interest in heading House Elal. Would you leave that role to your idiot of a brother? I must say your honest look of surprise serves you better than your attempts to feign ignorance. Of course I know of Fernando A. Lal. There are many of us who make it our business to anticipate who might next head influential convocation houses and affect our lives and businesses. A fool can do far more damage than the most malicious intellect. You can bargain with evil. Speaking of which, my regards to Lord Phel in appreciation for him removing that nitwit Samuel Eyre from existence. Alise could only process that with considerable astonishment, unsure where to begin. Never mind, Morgana Raphael waved a hand. I've flummoxed your beliefs and expectations enough for one day. To answer your question, I could say, yes, it's important for me to know why Harahel is so interested in you, but it would be a lie to no purpose. I have my own suspicions, and it will be entertaining to see if I prove to be correct. Still, tell your people at House Phel that House Raphael stands ready to assist. Now away with you. I'm excessively wearied. With that dismissal, Alise didn't feel she could ask what Morgana meant by that tantalizing message. 23. I thought, said Provost Uriel, before saying anything else, that I expressly and clearly told you to stay away from Alise Phel. So this is how it would go, Cillian thought with resignation. It had been futile to hope that the Provost somehow wouldn't find out, wouldn't read in him all that had transpired between Alise and him, how their relationship had changed. As he hoped it had changed, anyway. He had the definite sense of both holding something precious gently enough not to break it, firmly enough not to lose it through carelessness, and being braced for it to fly away from him no matter what he did. Her magic is distinctly intertwined with yours, the Provost added, so don't bother to deny it. You put the Tsarina incident behind you, and I thought learned your lesson from that unpleasantness. Why did you have to complicate an already wickedly fraught situation? The situation is more fraught than you know, Provost Uriel, he said, instead of answering. He and Alise were both adults, both consenting. The Tsarina incident was the worst thing he'd ever done, and everyone knew it. He refused to let that taint the best thing that had ever happened to him, and he wouldn't be pushed into defending or explaining. We have a Harahel spy in our midst, and, I believe, an imminent civil war. Provost Uriel stared at him a long moment, closed her eyes briefly as if in pain, then pointed at him to sit. Striding to her door, she called to Priyan to clear her schedule for the next hour. Instead of returning to sit behind her desk, she angled the chair beside Cillian to face him companionably and invoked a silencing shield with a twirl of a finger. Tell me everything. It took more than the hour she'd cleared, as Tangier Uriel might be more autocratic than some people liked, but she was also thorough and so intensive in her questioning that Cillian regretted not having Alise present. He could not, for instance, tell the Provost the name of the aerial wizard who'd visited Alise. That lapse was exacerbated by his need to dance around Alise's involvement in severing the wizard-familiar bond. Nothing like trying to lie by omission around a powerful psychic wizard skilled at ferreting out the truth. Tangier studied him with a vaguely disappointed expression, though much of it might have been the trouble increasingly clouding her brow as she listened. Her magic nudged him, not an invasion of his thoughts, anathema to any one of House Uriel's proud principles, but delivering an impulse to speak more, to spill any of his several secrets, including an abrupt and unwelcome urge to talk about Tsarina, which he never felt under normal circumstances. He narrowed his gaze at the Provost. Stop that. Then tell me whatever it is you're withholding. No, it's not mine to tell. She sighed with extravagant weariness and dropped her head into her hand, braced by the elbow on the arm of her chair. Alise Phel, the bane of my existence. I should never have readmitted her to Convocation Academy. She prefers Phel now. I'm aware. That makes her no less of an Phel. She might struggle against her fate, but it will chase her down regardless. Some people attract trouble, and she is one of them. It's not her fault. Allowing her to complete her education isn't what's causing all of this. No, but she's the one who woke the bear and brought it here on her tail, the Provost retorted. I don't like it. Harahel espionage and high houses jockeying for political position in my hallowed halls. I don't like it one bit, she repeated, glaring at Cillian as if he'd somehow allowed it all to happen. It's not as if any of us do, he replied in mild rebuke, making her sigh again in exasperation. Launching herself from the chair, Provost Tangier Uriel prowled to the windows ringing her tower office, gazing out with her hands folded behind her back. Pressing her fisted hands to her lower spine, she arched backwards, groaning at the stretch. I'm getting too old for this, she remarked. Nonsense, Provost, Cillian said. You will live forever. Tangier Uriel had been Provost of Convocation Academy his entire life. The prospect of someone else helming the august institution alarmed him on a foundational level. She turned and gave him a wry twist of lips that wasn't a smile. In the harsh winter light of the windows, her skin looked papery thin, the map of fine wrinkles apparent. No one lives forever, young Harahel, she replied, not unkindly. It's the one thing each of us can be sure of. However, she continued briskly, today is not that day for me. Not quite. I will handle the problem of this impostor who managed to be hired under fraudulent circumstances. You will remove young Wizard Alise from my academy with all speed. Take her on your field trip to House Harahel, and for the dark art's sake, get me some real evidence, please. If we're going to deal with House Harahel once and for all, as should have been done back when they first took down House Phel, which I curse my ancestors for allowing, then we need documentation to convince the majority of Convocation high houses to take the risk moving against Harahel. So many questions swarmed through Cillian's mind that he didn't know which to lead with. Then, you believe that House Harahel engineered the fall of House Phel? She snorted. Of course, everybody knows that. No, he said slowly, I don't think everybody does. Anyone who was paying attention when it happened does. House Uriel knows. I'm surprised House Harahel doesn't. Surely, at least one of your eager historians wrote it down. He would certainly be asking questions on his visit home. What about the other enemies of House Phel, like Samael and Elal? What about them? They're simple scavengers and opportunists emboldened by Harahel's machinations. They'll fall into line when faced with the might of the allied houses of the Convocation. They won't like it, but they'll do as Uriel tells them, especially if they want to keep their lucrative high house contracts. Cillian mused to himself over the commonly accepted wisdom that Elal was the most powerful house in the Convocation, when it was apparently Uriel, but obviously didn't say so. You mentioned the risk of taking on House Harahel. Surely, if all the wizards and familiars of all the high houses stand together, Harahel will not be able to prevail. Provost Uriel raised her brows, pressing her lips into a line. First off, we won't get everyone. There will always be those who seek to ride the coattails of those lunging for absolute power, thinking they themselves will enjoy same. They are fools to believe that. House Harahel if they attain the power they crave, will destroy or assimilate their former allies in time. There is no room for anyone else on the throne of an empire. The other houses are wise in their cowardice, perhaps. There is no guarantee that we can defeat Harahel. The unprincipled control of thoughts is a powerful weapon, and insidious in its operation. There are few defenses against it. The dark arts, Cillian offered, wondering how Alise was doing under Morgana Seraphiel's tutelage. The dark arts, yes, Tangier acknowledged with a tone of resignation more than enthusiasm. Though those operate on an individual basis, and not all can learn those skills. I anticipate that Alise will be able to, but she is unusual in many ways, even uniquely suited to that sort of wizardry. There had been discussions early in Alise's academic career regarding adding the dark arts to her curriculum. No doubt Morgana will be able to give her useful tools this morning. I know everything that occurs in my academy, she added at Cillian's start of surprise. He bit his tongue on the retort that she hadn't known about Gordon Harahel. Most everything, she amended, and I intend to correct my recent failure to notice what I should have. At any rate, worrying about these things is my problem, not yours. Remind me what you are to be worrying about. Documentation of Harahel's conspiracy against House Phel? Good boy, the Provost said, with a twinkle of amusement. Provost, I think that Gordon Harahel wouldn't have tried so hard to stop Alise's search of the archives here if there wasn't something to find. I'm not an idiot, Cillian Harahel. I understand the implications. I have understood all along, which is why I assign the task to Alise Phel to begin with, and you to supervise, given your own unique abilities. Did you think I made those decisions randomly? No, Provost Uriel, Cillian answered, chastened by her arch tone. What I want to know is, aside from the interference with Wizard Alise's research, why haven't you discovered the missing records, or whatever it is under my roof that Harahel fears will be so damning? I don't know. His considerable frustration with his failure made his face heat. I certainly hope it's not a result of you being distracted by your fascination with your lovely new lover. And they were back to the beginning of this conversation. Our relationship is mutual, he told her, and we are— Yes, I know, she interrupted, consenting adults. Therefore, I can't stop you. I won't attempt to, and after this, I won't offer my advice. But, archivist, you are an intelligent wizard. You've never struck me as someone who deludes himself about his station in life and what that allows you to aspire to. I don't mean this unkindly. She actually produced a sympathetic smile and, in that moment, reminded him of his grandmother, who would probably proffer the exact same advice, possibly in even more stringent terms. Zarina was a different matter and ill-advised. But Alise Phel, you have to know that it cannot last and likely will end badly, and that you will be the one to take the most damage. I'm aware, Provost, he replied, speaking around the ache in his chest. You are saying nothing I haven't said to myself. I know I handled Zarina badly, but I'm older and wiser now. Oh, Cillian. She dropped her hand on his shoulder, squeezing lightly, sympathy in the gesture. You didn't handle Zarina badly. She handled you badly. Alise is a very different wizard, but I fear the outcome for you will be much the same. I have my eyes open, he said, standing up so he wouldn't be obviously shaking off her hand. I should get busy with the several tasks you've laid out for me. If I may be excused, Provost." "Go, go," she waved him away. "In all my years of leading this academy, you'd think I would have learned by now that unsolicited advice is almost always unwanted advice." "Unwanted advice doesn't mean unvalued," he replied gravely. She answered with a quirk of a smile, then resumed her usual stern expression. "Begone! I have much to do, as do you. Get me that proof, Wizard Harahel." 24. Alise ended up seeing Professor Cillian at the end of the day, as he didn't have office hours until then. Thus, she was able to attend her afternoon classes and make some inroads on the backlog of work. The nape of her neck prickled with awareness, her senses alert for the appearance of Gordon Harahel, ready to practice her new defensive skills, but she never so much as glimpsed the proctor. Gradually, she relaxed enough to concentrate on her work. Maybe the efficient Provost Uriel had already had Gordon arrested. A comforting thought. Later, she left Professor Cillian's office hours unburdened of both the bottle of spirits and residual guilt over missing the makeup lab work she'd recklessly promised days before. Oh, the venerated professor of non-corporeal entities had not been at all pleased with her effort to secure the gaggle of spirits in the bottle, calling her work amateurish, sloppy, and heedless of the potential consequences. But he'd also used the words bold and innovative, so Alise felt reasonably good about her wizardry. Plus, she'd learned some interesting techniques for putting a bonded spirit into stasis using a one-time enchantment that would not continue to drain her magic. True to form, Professor Cillian had required that Alise perform the actual magic working under his close supervision, with the upside that he'd declared the lesson sufficient to compensate for the one she'd bungled. Alise received the definite impression that Cillian was doing her a favour, but she wasn't too proud to take it. And the reprieve allowed her to procrastinate ever so slightly on working on bond severing. She'd get there, she really would, but she'd done a lot that day, and weariness had set in, a vague headache forming behind her eyes. That was the downside of all she'd learned. Between the intensive tutelage from Professor Cillian and Professor Seraphiel, she needed her magic reservoirs refilled, which meant finding Brenda. She didn't care to play the supplicant, but Alise also knew that she'd suffer far more from the people in her life, namely Cillian, if she let her magic run low again. That meant seeking out Brenda. Fortunately, she had something to offer the Kerr familiar. Alise had received a missive from Nick. The Ratsiel courier had been waiting for her outside of Professor Cillian's office, lightly landing on her shoulder as she emerged, and digging in imperious talons, indicating the urgency of the message. House Phel had paid top coin to send an expensive, enchanted for privacy, private missive from the outside to a student. Those lengths seemed over the top for Nick to share her secrets of having a short betrothal trials period, so Alise hoped for some news from home. Home. Funny how House Phel had become that in such a short time. She couldn't yet go back to her own room, not until she was certain Gordon Harahel had been contained and hopefully eliminated. She also wasn't truly comfortable going to Cillian's apartments. He probably wasn't there anyway, and it would take time to recode the Iblis lock to admit her also. He'd mentioned it in passing, but she had kind of dodged replying since it felt like a big step. Bigger than taking him as your first lover, knowing he's in love with you? A snide internal voice whispered, but she ignored it. Still, all of that meant she needed to find somewhere else to read her letter from home. Settling herself into one of the deep window seats of the long arcade that led to the dining hall, Alise put her back to the corner and coaxed the little courier off her shoulder. Using a bit of wizardry, she verified her identity, unlocked the missive, and let the courier perch on her upraised knee. It had been tasked to receive her reply, which hopefully she'd have time to write. Eagerly, she began reading Nick's elegant script. Dearest Alise, how good to hear from you, although with questions regarding my betrothal trials, not at all what I expected. I hope that you are not contemplating such a step at your tender age, though it would be entirely your business if you do. And I know you'll likely want a bonded familiar at some point. I certainly understand you wanting that bond, along with the intimacy of a sexual relationship. And children, of course. Well, I am restraining myself from telling you all of my thoughts on the matter, a heroic effort I very much hope you appreciate. Alise laughed softly, imagining Nick's impatient head toss as she wrote that. Also, oops. In her efforts to inquire discreetly, Alise had inadvertently given Nick the wrong impression. She'd have to correct that. Funny that Nick would think Alise had any interest in locating a male familiar to test fertility with, when the only person she wanted was not a familiar. Firmly setting thoughts of Cillian aside as not relevant to the moment, Alise continued reading. To answer your questions, there is no way to shortcut the betrothal trials. Ignore any rumours you might hear regarding fertility enchantments and so forth. Not only are they impossible in the first place, they're terribly illegal and strictly forbidden by the Convocation, to the point of voiding even an established bonding. There was that logical question. Why would the Convocation bother to strictly forbid something that wouldn't work anyway? Nick might be trying to tell her something there. Beyond that, the only advice I can give a familiar for surviving the betrothal trials is endure. The experience is in no way romantic. It's not easy. I'm going to say I wouldn't advise it. Yes, it turned out well for me, but only through happenstance, and the fortunate appearance of a certain obdurate wizard. That was a lucky lightning strike that no one should or can rely upon. Before Gabriel arrived, well, it was awful. I kept that to myself to spare Maman, though I think she knew more than I realized at the time. The thing is, you think that you're complying because you agree to the trials. I asked for it. To please Papa, which was misguided in retrospect, obviously, but also because I viewed the trials as my sole avenue to have some influence over who my wizard would be. The ability to use my right of summary dismissal to eliminate suitors I didn't want gave me the illusion of control, but I relinquished a far more critical level of choice in doing so. I didn't think it would matter to me so much, letting those men have me, attempt to impregnate me, but it did. It hurt me inside in ways I can't describe. Alise choked back a little dry sob at Nick's confession, especially poignant from someone who so rarely spoke of her feelings, or acknowledged them, really. Alise supposed they'd both been relentlessly trained by their father to pretend they didn't have emotions. The intimacy of this reveal was the reason Nick had sent the message so securely. Alise marvelled that the so very proud Nick had written this down at all. My point is, please tell your friend, assuming there truly is one, that the betrothal trials are more damaging than liberating. Like so many of the rules and traditions surrounding familiars, the trials pretend to give us choice while operating to further destroy our free will. Had I been sequestered in that tower much longer, had Gabriel not come along to change my entire world, I'd have succumbed to both despair and the overwhelming need to escape that monthly and harrowing night with my suitors. I would have agreed to anything, to anyone, to any level of treatment to escape the extended torture of boredom punctuated by rape. Because that's what it is, no matter how they dress it up as informed consent. But no, I fear I've written too much. I didn't intend to become so impassioned on the topic. Now I'll need some arcanium time with Gabriel to purge the emotions this stirred up. Hopefully that doesn't shock you. Alise hadn't been shocked until Nick added that line, and she still wasn't because she didn't really understand. Like the arcaniums of all wizards, the Alise Phel arcanium stored magic that Gabriel and Nick generated together, serving as a dedicated reservoir for Gabriel to employ for more complex feats of wizardry requiring greater amounts of magic, like fending off an assault by their enemies. She didn't know what Nick meant exactly, but it was clearly sexual and perhaps more than that in some way. Regardless, she didn't need to know. The long and short of it, more long than short, is that the betrothal trials are not something I'd recommend to anyone. Tell your friend to use that as a last resort. It's no way to begin a life together. Tell them to take any other available path. That's my very best advice. Enough on that. I hope you're doing well. Your missive was cherry on details or any real information. If you're concealing troubles, well, know that you don't have to stay there. I realize I pushed you into returning to the academy so you could graduate and to cauterize certain conversations, and there were good reasons for that, but not at the expense of your health and happiness, not at the expense of you. Gabriel will set the courier to await your reply, which will also be sealed and private. If you say for us to come get you, we will. No questions asked. Our mutually loathed progenitor has been making noises I don't like. I have a bad feeling, so please tell me if there is anything to be concerned about there with you. Gabriel says that the pregnancy is affecting me emotionally, possibly because I nearly stabbed him with a fork when he wondered out loud if I shouldn't have gone into labor already. Even though Asher says everything is fine, and we have a visiting wizard from House Gaia here now to take over as a maternity specialist who also says everything is fine. I am heartily sick of lugging around a belly 10 times the size of my own head. Another strike against the betrothal trials. Even if you succeed, you're having a baby at the same time you're trying to sort your own life and I just made this about me, and it's not. I'm fine, the baby is fine, Gabriel will be fine if he figures out how to keep his stupid mouth shut. Sigh. Anyway, what's the point of being Lady Phel if I can't throw around my, now quite considerable, weight? Just tell me true. Should we come get you? All my love. Reply right away or I'll explode. Maybe literally. Your sister. Alise read the letter over again, savouring every word, especially Nick's offer to come and get her. If this note had come only 2 days before, she'd have been beyond tempted to send back a scream for help, for rescue, despite her resolve to see it through to graduation. Now, she didn't want to go. She actually wanted to meet Professor Harahel for another exhausting lesson in the morning. She'd promised Professor Cillian that she'd practice some new exercises, and instead of feeling crushed by the tasks looming over her, she found she'd been looking forward to the challenge. Maybe, just maybe, she could figure out more about the bond severing and why it had gone wrong. That prospect gave her a surprising sense of relief and freedom, like clear water washing away the mud of regret and dread. Maman would never have wanted her to be feeling this way. Her mother suddenly came alive again in Alise's mind, not as she'd been during the course, and at the end of that horrible, long, agonizing decline, but as she'd been before, full of elegance and pride, no matter what she faced. Maman would never have approved of Alise wallowing in grief and guilt. If you think you accidentally killed me working your wizardry, Maman's voice rang crisp and clear in Alise's mind, then it's incumbent on you to learn to do better. Guilt never got anyone anywhere but depressed and ineffective. I expect more of my brilliant daughter." Alise smiled, albeit sadly, Nick's words on the page blurring together with Maman's voice in her head, a deep, abiding affection for them both filling her. She wasn't alone, and never had been. "What do you have there, Wizard Alise?" Brenda Kerr bounced onto the window cushion, peering at the rat-seal courier tenaciously clinging to Elise's knee, and perhaps trying to get a glimpse of the letter Alise immediately folded out of sight as she quickly invoked the silencing shield around them. The familiar grinned cheekily. "A letter from House Phel. I knew you'd be able to help me. What did Lady Phel say?" Brenda rubbed her hands together in anticipatory glee. "I'm so ready for her sage advice." Alise gazed back at Brenda in some dismay, unwilling to tarnish this bright enthusiasm with Nick's dark cautions, except that the experience of the betrothal trials would do far worse to the earnest, sweet-natured girl. Fortunately, Brenda mistook Alise's hesitation, flushing and clapping her hand over her mouth. "What am I doing? I apologize for my atrocious manners. Here." She held out a hand. "Take as much magic as you like. With yesterday being rest day, I have a lot. I saved it for you," she added almost shyly, "because I appreciate you helping me so much." "Oh, that's not necessary," Alise protested, not firmly at all. "Nonsense. This is our bargain, and I can see you're low again. Drink up." Not particularly loving the vampiric analogy for taking a familiar's magic, Alise reminded herself not to be unrealistic about this nature of their transaction. Brenda Kerr certainly wasn't. Alise transferred enough to refill her reserves and then some, which thankfully left Brenda not at all drained. "Thank you," she said, offering a warm smile. "Your magic is truly as bright as you promised." "House Kerr is the best," Brenda crowed happily. She pointed at the missive, the House Phel crest of a moon over water evident. "Now gimme?" Brenda mitigated the impertinent demand with a wriggle and flutter of lashes. Internally, Alise groaned. "I asked my sister." "Yes, and? And?" "Nothing for it but to be honest. I didn't say who'd asked me, but she told me to tell my friend not to do the betrothal trials if she, that is, you, could possibly avoid it." Brenda's anticipatory expression faded, her brow furrowing in what looked more like petulance than puzzlement. "She did not." "She did," Alise insisted. "She said it was a terrible experience for her, and that even the most dismal-sounding option is better than putting yourself through it." "But she won," Brenda said, as if explaining it to Alise. Alise shook her head, fingering the heavy stationery of Nick's letter. "The betrothal trials isn't something you win. She calls it something you endure." Brenda's face set in mutinous lines. "I'm going to win. I'm going to snag the best possible wizard to be my master and have a brilliant life. Your sister is just jealous because she ended up with a black sheep of a Phel." Well, that took a turn fast, Alise thought to herself, but then she'd known Brenda wouldn't take this news well, and she was young, not experienced at moderating her reactions. "My sister is very happy with her life at House Phel and with Gabriel Phel," Alise told her with gentle insistence. "This advice does not come from a place of jealousy. Again, I didn't say who was asking, but from a place of genuine sympathy and concern." Brenda sulked a moment longer, arms crossed over her bosom. "Well, did she at least say what she used to conceive so quickly?" Alise allowed herself a moment to assimilate the shift and what that portended. "There isn't anything. You know the betrothal trials rules forbid any kind of fertility enchantment. If any exist, which they don't, a Raphael healer will unlock your fertility, but then It's up to nature and compatibility. Oh, come on, Brenda scoffed, leaning in closer, dropping her voice to a confidential whisper despite the silencing shield. Everybody knows there are certain spells we can use to ensure the wizard we want is the one to succeed. The proof is right there. Why would the Convocation forbid something unless it was possible? As Alise had had that exact thought, she could hardly argue. I have no idea. I just know that I've never heard of such a spell, and neither has Nick. She waved the missive in demonstration. That Gabriel Phel was the one was pure luck and compatibility, which is what the trials test for to begin with. Everyone knows that's not true, Brenda practically hissed. If Nick didn't use something, and who could blame her as no one would deliberately choose to be lady of that half-drowned manse in a backwater swamp of nowhere, then Lord Phel did. Everyone knows he's a rebel, not even academy trained, disrespectful of his betters, and desperate to be admitted to polite society. Of course he'd be exactly the sort to employ an interdicted potion of some sort, to hedge his bets, to cheat. I want to know what it was. If you don't give me what I want, what House Kerr wants, then I will expose the truth. Appalled, Alise didn't know what to say. Words of response dry and useless in her mouth. Gone was a silly, bouncy familiar, replaced by a malevolent, cunning enemy. There's no truth to expose, Alise managed to say, proud of the evenness of her tone. If you had proof of this nonsense, then you'd already have this fictitious spell you're seeking. Brenda narrowed her pretty hazel eyes, now glittering with malice. We don't need proof. One house can't set convocation policy, Alise replied tightly. Not without legal process. Scoffing, Brenda waved that away. Words have power, and if something is said often enough, people will believe it, with or without legalities. The reputation of House Kerr is ancient and impeccable, whereas everyone knows that House Phel is populated by the Convocation's rejects. The family is a disgraced and decrepit line that should never have been resurrected. The proper houses of the Convocation only allowed the temporary and probationary status of Phel out of pity, and so that they would quickly learn they had no place in our world. That they've held on like some sort of vermin-ridden parasite is unthinkable, an insult to polite society. One negative word from House Kerr, and they'll have that charter revoked faster than this. Brenda snapped her fingers, her smile vicious. And then where will your precious sister be? Passed around and sold to the highest bidder. Completely aghast, Alise couldn't summon a response which satisfied Brenda, thinking she'd won this round. Assuming her pleasing personality again, Brenda dimpled at her. Get me that spell, and all will be fine. I'll try. Alise added the stammer deliberately, swallowing hard and trying to look pitiful. But I'm afraid it doesn't exist. Oh, it does. Everyone says so. Alise was heartily tired of Brenda's calling upon the supreme everyone knows to express her opinions, but she contained herself. You'd better hope it exists, Brenda added in a falsely sweet voice, or face the consequences. Alise simply nodded. That's better. We do have a deal, after all. Brenda adjusted the ruffles on her colourful skirt in satisfaction. Everyone is talking about you and archivist Cillian Harahel, she confided brightly. A nice bit of arm candy for you, though obviously it can't go anywhere. He's pretty enough, but a word to the wise. He's a social climber. Enjoy him, but don't fall for him. You don't always demonstrate the best judgment, after all. Stung into defending Cillian, Alise still chose her words carefully, figuring whatever she said would be all over Convocation Academy in another hour. Or less. Wizards have the luxury of being able to enjoy each other without making it into a lifelong partnership, she replied airily, not at all above needling Brenda on the sore subject. Indeed, Brenda flushed in anger. Well, you know the levels he stooped to for Serena. That name again. Unfortunately, Alise was too startled to cover her reaction. Oh, you don't know, Brenda cooed. I had it all from my older sisters. The Academy tried to keep it quiet, but of course people talk, especially when the story is so, well, distressing. She waited, almost coyly, for Alise's questions, making a moue of disappointment when Alise didn't say or do anything. Alise was, in truth, torn. Really, she should ask Cillian for the story, but he'd balked at telling her, so Brenda's gossip might give her at least a few answers, as long as she took the information relayed with a generous helping of salt. Tsarina Samuel, Brenda said in a musing tone, dangling the bait with glee. I hear she was astonishingly beautiful, rivers of white blonde hair. She defied convention when she manifested as a wizard, refusing to cut it, and no one blamed her. It's not as if anyone would have mistaken her for a familiar. Brenda seemed oblivious in that moment to her own lowly status as a familiar, lost in a reverie of admiration. I never saw her myself, of course, but my older sisters say she was ethereal, the most beautiful woman they ever saw, and a Samuel, too, which confers natural elegance and poise. Breeding will tell. Alise nearly lost the battle not to roll her eyes. For whatever reason, Brenda continued with obvious relish, Tsarina decided to dally with Cillian Harahel. No one knew why, except that he was always pretty. Well, and easily led, poor bookish boy. He'd already manifested as a wizard, so everyone knew Serena couldn't be thinking to train him up as her familiar, but she wrapped him around her little finger. From what I understand, he became essentially her lapdog, following her everywhere, fetching and carrying for her, baking for her. Brenda tittered knowingly behind her hand. No one knows if he imagined that she'd elevate him to House Samuel, but they even attended the winter's ball together. She bought him a suit for it and everything. Alise had glimpsed an Ophiel suit in Cillian's closet, carefully sealed in the distinctive garment bag, out of place amidst the inexpensive, low-key clothing he normally preferred. She hadn't wanted to snoop, so she hadn't looked closely, but she wondered now. Was it a remembrance of the lost Tsarina, the beautiful wizard so astonishing in every way that Cillian hesitated to allow even the least mention of her name into their bed? Lest what? Alise struggled with a wave of insecurity, wondering if perhaps Cillian had worried that evoking the glorious Tsarina, even her name was fabulous, would make Alise pale by comparison. Alise undoubtedly came up short in any point-by-point comparison, but that Cillian likely also thought so hurt more than it should. What happened? Alise asked through numb lips. She didn't really want to know, but she seemed to be unable to resist finding out. What you'd expect, Brenda answered with glee, fully in her element. It turned out that Cillian had been helping Tsarina cheat. She whispered the word with fabricated horror, as if saying it full voice would be too distasteful. Not only with her out-of-class work, but using his wizardry to obtain the answers to exams for her. It was only when her work in practicums came up so far short of her stellar exam grades and other work that the faculty put two and two together. Provost Uriel expelled Tsarina and sent her home to House Samuel in disgrace. So horrible! Brenda actually wriggled in delight. But Cillian wasn't expelled. Obviously not, as he'd not only graduated from Convocation Academy, but was hired to a staff position there, albeit a lowly one. Was the night shift a punishment? No, Brenda answered, sounding impossibly shocked. No one knows how he escaped equivalent justice, but everyone knows that's why House Harahel and Samuel have been feuding. I suppose him being relegated to Convocation archives for the rest of his unimpressive career is punishment enough. Except Alise knew Cillian loved his job. What happened to Zarina? Brenda shrugged with negligent ease. Who knows? House Samuel is hardly going to trot out a disgraced scion for social functions. Well, I must get ready for dinner. She patted Elise's hand. I'm so glad we've become friends. Let me know when you have that information for me. With a jaunty wink, Brenda exited the bubble of silence, leaving Alise alone inside it. Quickly, Alise penned a reply to Nick, short but to the point. Thank you for your wonderful letter and for sharing with me. I love and admire you so much. Don't worry about me. I'm fine, and Cillian Harahel is watching out for me. I'll write more soon. All my love, your sister. Before she could change her mind, she gave the missive to the tenacious little courier and sent it on its way back to Nick. Alise would figure out how to appease Brenda's insistent questions without bothering her very pregnant sister, who had much more important things to worry about. Alise sat there a moment longer, savouring the rare moment of peace and quiet, then dispelled the silencing field, allowing in the tumult of people travelling through the hallways. For once, the noise gave her comfort. 26. Alise bit back her questions, increasingly alarmed by Cillian's distraction, and concentrated attention on something beyond her ken. As when he'd been using his wizardry to locate and extract the House Phel archives, his magic had resolved from grayscale into crisp black and white lines. They spiraled out neatly into the archives, seeming as if they formed a text she'd be able to read if only she could focus her eyes correctly. She hadn't had occasion to participate so closely while a different kind of wizard worked their magic. Observing Cillian had really brought home how very differently their magical styles operated. As if they used the same voice, but in entirely unrelated languages. She'd learned enough about his techniques in the last hour to be keenly aware of how his wizardry combed through the archives with a distant sense of pages ruffling, as it did now, but with an urgent intensity. Also, she'd never seen Cillian so tense. Really wanting to ask, but knowing better, Alise reviewed the skills Professor Raphael had taught her, readying herself to fight. She also summoned her warrior spirits, though she kept them invisible for the moment. Cillian complained that library magic wasn't useful for battle. Well, hers was, and she would protect them both. Though it would help to know what had so abruptly and profoundly worried Cillian. She breathed a sigh of relief when he focused on her again. Short-lived relief, as it turned out. I set off some sort of alarm, he said in a low, terse voice. I'm an idiot. I should have realised it. No time for that. Is someone coming? Now? Gordon? She managed to keep her voice steady, saying his name, wrestling the immediate stab of panic. She refused to let that odious slimeball cow her. I don't know. Cillian sounded steadier. I can just sense the archive sending out a kind of call. Who knows who's been signalled? Can you shut down the alarm? Maybe with time I could. We can't count on the luxury of time, she said, cutting him off with what she recognised as Eilal ruthlessness. Papa would be proud. What if you fold up the Phel stacks again? Will that stop the alarm? Possibly. He sounded dubious. Even then it might be too late, if they've already been alerted. We have to take the chance. Fold up those stacks again. But we need that information. He glared at her in frustration. And we'll get to it later, she answered, marvelling at her own calm. Nice to know she didn't turn into a frightened, gibbering mess at every sign of threat. For now, we need to protect those stacks and that information. Hide it all again and alter the lock so only you can access it." "Good idea." He heaved a sigh. "I hate to ask, but—" "My magic is your magic," she said, squeezing his hand and pouring more into him. "Work fast." He did work more rapidly this time, knowing what he was about, seeming more confident, despite the gaffe of not thinking about the archive being tagged with an alarm. Frankly, she should have thought of that too. They could exchange recriminations later. Cillian's magic lanced out with black and white precision, clicking efficiently. Somewhere on the periphery of her wizard senses, she heard a vast groaning, the sort of sound you'd imagine a room full of shelves packed with heavy tomes would make if you folded it like origami. She wasn't sure, however, if she actually heard a physical sound or if it was a synesthetic perception of Cillian's magic. Tense, she waited for it to cease. A moment later, he sighed again, this time in relief, and nodded an answer to her questioning look. "It's done, and only I have the passkey." "Great, let's move." She tugged him out of the chair, relieved that he complied this time, grateful to be able to physically release some of the fierce need to flee. Or fight. Fleeing sounded much better. "If someone is coming, I don't want to be here when they arrive. At least we know those stacks are secured against further tampering. No one's getting into them without you." That was the wrong thing to say. Cillian dug in his heels. A stricken look crossed his face. "Oh, no. That was a terrible idea that I coded the spell to only me. What if something happens to me? Those texts will be lost forever. I have to—" "You have to get a hold of yourself," she told him crisply, pulling him along, "and we'll make sure nothing happens to you." He nodded, miserably, unconvinced, but at least moving. "But what if—" This time he stopped himself on a gargle of horror. Alise couldn't blame him, as the shadows between the towering stacks resolved into the slinking forms of hunters. The creatures had been designed to instill horror, deliberately made into monsters by the houses that combined their magic to create them. Alise had seen hunters before, though never this close, at the siege of House Phel. In her classes, however, she'd read about the abominations in the wizard-only texts. A conglomeration of numerous animals, shimmering with various magics, the hunters sported the long jaws of a jackal filled with rows of fangs. They moved with the loping grace of weasels, their paws tipped with hard, curved talons. They also possessed a rudimentary intelligence, some more than others, and were nearly impossible to kill. Chopping them into pieces too small to be a threat worked best, but even then they sometimes reassembled themselves. A moot point anyway, since neither she nor Cillian wore any weapons to attack with. She'd been prepared for all that evading and eluding should Gordon Haneel show up, not for fighting hunters hand to hand. Still, the hunters typically went after familiars, not a high-level wizard, student though she might be. She should be able to handle this. And so she stepped forward, putting herself between the hunters and Cillian. "Alise," he gasped, grabbing her shoulder. She shrugged him off with a sharp gesture and a glare. "Hide! Run! I'll handle this." "I'm not leaving you." She tapped her temple. "You are the sole repository of those records." She pointed forward, the warrior spirit she'd had on hold becoming visible. "This is my forte. You keep saying so." Turning her gaze firmly forward, she nevertheless sensed his hesitation. Then, thankfully, he slipped away. Cillian would know the labyrinth of the archives better than anyone. He would be safe, if only to ensure the preservation of the stacks he'd hidden away. Putting him out of her mind, Alise focused, drawing ruthlessly on her magic and on a few more spirits she'd kept on hold. The lead hunter advanced, jaws agape and dripping. Unlike the stories she'd heard of the hunters pursuing her friends, these didn't comment or give instructions. She counted 5 of them, and none that she'd seen peeled away after Cillian. Likely they'd been tasked to kill anyone opening those stacks, which meant whoever enchanted them to that purpose had anticipated an archivist, not an Elal wizard. One of her warriors leapt, swinging its ethereal sword. As she'd counted on, the hunter in its path ignored the spirit as immaterial, just like the animals that made it upward. The sword condensed just enough upon contact to sever the hunter's head from the body. The long-muzzled head tumbled to the floor with a satisfying thud, spewing black blood, the jaws snapping futilely from a point too distant to bother her. The temporary surge of triumph at that small success faded immediately as the hunter's body, of course, kept advancing on her, along with the other 4 intact hunters. Maybe she'd been overconfident. Too late now. Using her magic to control both warriors, she also summoned a group of fire elementals, mentally apologizing to the archivists and promising that she wouldn't let the flames spread. Feeling as if she worked multiple puppets with both hands at once, she set the warriors to attacking the advancing hunters. Then she unleashed the fire elementals to burn. The effect was startling. Along with the smell, the stench of burnt fur and slowly roasting canine flesh billowed out, followed by black, oily smoke that stung her eyes. The fire elementals gleefully danced over the still advancing hunters, bright spots of flame in the greasily thickening shadows. Some elementals fell off into the gloom as the warrior spirits cleaved away limbs. It was all eerily silent, the hunters giving no sign or sound of suffering. As the flames penetrated their immortal flesh, however, the sizzle of fat and crackling skin became audible, turning her stomach. Until an alarm wailed, some embedded enchantment to detect smoke or flame in the archives. Well, shit. Quickly, Alise summoned water elementals to douse the fire, which resulted in more suffocating smoke, but hopefully preserved the materials in the nearby stacks. Cillian would never forgive her if any harm came to the archives. Recalling what little she knew about fires, she quickly summoned air elementals to disperse the smoke, to prevent that kind of damage too, which had the side benefit of giving her a clearer picture of the aftermath, and relieving the burning ache in her lungs she hadn't paid attention to until that moment. Twitching, seared and smoking chunks of hunter laid strewn across the floor, Alise's warrior spirits continuing on their assigned task of chopping them into even smaller bits. Fire elementals burned sullenly, squabbling with the water elementals. Black blood pooled everywhere. In the distance, shouts indicated the fire alarm had been heard and answered. "Dark arts," Cillian breathed, coming up beside her. "What a mess." She flicked him a more than irritated glance. "I told you to run and hide." "I did the latter," he answered, unperturbed. "Then I came out when it was safe to do so, and I don't take orders from you, Lady Elal. Deal with it." Oh, he was asking for it. He really was. Alise knotted her hands into fists. "Listen, you—" "Better summon some earth elementals to devour the evidence," he interrupted, "unless you want to answer a lot of questions. The less notice, the better at this point." "Fine, we'll argue later." "I'll look forward to that," he murmured, setting a reassuring hand on the small of her back. "But you know I'm the better debater." Despite herself, she smiled. She had no idea how he could amuse her like this, especially under such circumstances. Feeling a bit thin on magic, though Brinda's infusion had really lasted through a lot, Alise summoned a veritable horde of earth elementals to devour the blood, ash, and remaining twitching chunks of decimated hunter. The last did give her pause. What would those unkillable creatures do inside an elemental? She didn't know if anyone had tried that approach before. At the siege of House Phel, Jadra and Eladril had healed the hunters and returned them to their constituent animal parts. Not an option here, not without Jadran's truly unique brand of wizardry. Still, Cillian was right that the last complication they needed at this point was to attract even more attention, especially not knowing exactly who their enemies might be. It was bad enough that they'd inadvertently alerted whoever had hidden the Phel archives to their tampering, They didn't need their blissfully ignorant colleagues developing suspicions too. She encouraged the earth elementals to devour every trace, allowing the fire and water elementals to return to their own realms, and sent her personal cadre of spirits back into stasis. The earth elementals snuffled over the floor, seeking any last traces of organic snacks. Footsteps approached, the glow of lanterns growing brighter in the dimly lit stacks. "We should go," Cillian said with increased urgency. "That has to be good enough." Using the enchantment she'd learned that very day from Professor Chi-Chin, she put the earth elementals into an incorporeal space and sealed it. The elementals should be content enough there for a while, as they were thoroughly sated. If all went well, maybe they'd have completely digested the hunter's immortal flesh when she checked back. Cillian was already pulling her along as she worked mentally, deftly weaving them back through the more obscure stacks, away from the commotion. Unfortunately, that meant they were also moving away from the one exit from the archives. Finished with her magical tasks, Alise dug in her heels. "We need to get out of here," she protested. "We're trapped in this place." "I know that," he snapped with frustration. But he stopped, pulling her into an alcove and drawing her into his arms. "Let's take a breath." She did, leaning against him as they embraced. It felt good, right and safe, no matter what happened outside their shadowy circle. "They're going to know it was us," she said after a beat, pulling back to look at him. "No one else could have done this, so we're not hiding so much as evading and eluding," she added, thinking of Professor Seraphiel. "Suggestions for doing so are welcome," he replied grimly. "There are good reasons for the archives to have a single exit, but that's working against us at the moment." "I can cloak us. Do you have enough magic?" Did she? She'd used a lot, but she'd been replete at the start. "I do. Plenty to get us out of here." "All right." But he looked glum. "What worries me next is how we'll get back to those Phel texts, though. We can think about that later." "Can we, though? What if this is our last opportunity to get at them? There's no guarantee we'll be able to get in here again. You should go, and I can stay." Alise tried to contain her exasperation. "You're just going to hide in the archives for days or weeks." "Whatever it takes," he answered with that stubbornly noble tilt to his chin. "I know these stacks like the back of my hand. I can hide from anyone. Even from more hunters. Maybe there won't be any more." That was hoping for a lot. "What will you do for food and water?" He hesitated. "I can get by for a few days." Cillian was being totally unreasonable, but she'd also learned to recognize when he'd entrenched on a course of action. "All right," she agreed, deliberately slumping her shoulders. "I'm sure I'll be fine without you. Gordon Harahel won't dare come after me openly." That worked. The agony of indecision contorted Cillian's face as he grimaced. "Dark arts," he cursed. "No, you're right. Your safety comes first. We'll just have to leave the archives and hope we can come back. Besides, I don't know how we can examine the contents without setting off the alarm again. We need to find a way to put the equivalent of a silencing spell around them," she mused, resuming their winding trek through the shadowy archives toward the exit. Cillian didn't correct her trajectory, so it must be more or less the right direction. Still, any time we returned to the archives, we'd run the risk of being trapped. I wish we could somehow take the documents with us. Cillian snorted at that. "That won't happen. There's an enchantment that prohibits removal of archived materials. Every student should know that." She did, of course, know that. It was the topic of much griping among the student populace that only certain texts could be borrowed and taken out of the archives. For anything truly useful, they had to sit there and work on site. It could be super inconvenient. The wizard students in particular were forever concocting workarounds to try to sneak texts out of the archives, but even the smallest of books secreted in a pocket set off the enchantment. An inspiration struck. "Wait, I have an idea. Tell me, before you unlocked the Phel stacks, they didn't take up any physical space, right? Well, it's an interesting conundrum. The concept of physical space is debatable, he began. Cillian, she said, stopping him firmly, you can explain the conundrum to me later, yes or no. His usually gentle black gaze glittered mutinously. It's not a simple yes or no answer. Dark arts preserve me. Are they portable enough for you to simply bring the folded-up stacks with us to House Harahel for a side-by-side comparison there? 27. Cillian stared at Alise, beyond shocked by her suggestion. You can't remove stacks from Convocation archives. To his chagrin, his whisper ended in a horrified squeak. Can't as in shouldn't, or can't as in impossible, she persisted with relentless logic. It seems like the enchantment triggers on the removal of physical texts. Shouldn't. He was insistent on that point. He could not possibly do what she was suggesting. Not even for Alise could he contemplate such breach of ethics. None of us needs another Tsarina incident. Alise still gazed at him expectantly. He should lie to her, insist that it was impossible, except that he likely could get around the enchantment. And very nearly impossible, he finally said, when it was clear that she'd wait him out, and that he couldn't find it in himself to speak the lie to her face. Very nearly impossible leaves room for possible, she replied gently. So the enchantment might be bypassed if the texts are in a non-physical state? Maybe, he answered unhappily, by someone who knows how the enchantment works. And who knows how the enchantment operates? He couldn't meet her knowing gaze, looking past the tip of her left ear. The archivists. Harahel wizard archivists? She asked, not really a question. Yes, he answered on a hush, unwilling to speak the anathema too loudly. But, Alise, I couldn't possibly. It goes against every ethic that underpins my avocation and my profession. No archivist would commit so grave a crime as to remove materials from Convocation archives. Not even to save them from evil conspirators? She asked, wizard black eyes wide. People who now know the hidden archives have been discovered and will fight to recover them, probably this time to destroy them forever, she added darkly. Cillian knew exactly what she was doing and still couldn't fend off the horrified reaction at her suggestion. They wouldn't. Are you willing to take a chance on that possibility, especially when we have something we can do to prevent it? You don't understand, Alise, he said slowly, willing her to listen, knowing she couldn't possibly get the extent of his fears. He should have told her about the Tsarina incident before this. Now, it was the entirely wrong moment. Though, even in the best of moments, he couldn't possibly explain his shame over what he'd done, nor why he'd done it. Looking back, he hardly recognized himself. He'd been so dazzled by Tsarina, so eager to help her. I know all about your white knight tendencies, Raya's mocking voice reminded him. Yes, he'd been a fool, thinking he could save Tsarina, be the hero for once. Worse, he thought she'd love him for it. What a fool he'd been. It's true I don't understand, Alise said, but I want to. Cillian took a painful breath, willing himself to explain. The words that would damn him forever, in her eyes, refused to come. He couldn't bear to have her look on him with the inevitable disappointment. I just can't, he finally got out. I can't do something unethical like that. Not again. Not even for you. Ah, she nodded, a sympathetic smile twisting her lovely mouth. Not again. By that, I assume you're referencing what happened with Tsarina Samuel? He'd expected many replies from her, but not that. Grappling with his shock, his crawling shame, he couldn't look into her face. "Who told you?" he asked, voice hoarse. And how long had she known? "Brenda Kerr?" Alise nodded, wrinkling her nose as his astonished gaze flew to her compassionate one. "That's only one reason she is no friend of ours." "But—" He had to clear his throat, seeing none of the contempt and disgust he'd dreaded. "But if you know, then—" He couldn't finish. "I know you, Cillian," she said, softly but firmly. "Whatever you did, I'm sure you did for the best of reasons, if perhaps not the wisest ones." He couldn't help smiling at her gentle teasing. "I don't know about that. I was a fool." "Well, I want to hear the whole story, no doubt the real story, directly from you, but let me put it to you this way." She gazed at him with a level of trust, of earnest faith that rocked him to the core. Preserving those archives, analysing how they were tampered with and why, that is your calling as an archivist. You wouldn't be doing this for me. You wouldn't even be doing it for House Phel. It's for the integrity of those archives, which belong to all Convocation citizens, something you believe in before all else. She was good, and he had no defence against her. Wouldn't have, even if her rationale hadn't made sense. He hadn't been able to refuse Zarina either, but he could at least count on the fact that Alise would never use and betray him. "You've presented an argument too slippery for me to counter," he allowed. "I may not be the better debater after all." "Elals are known to be deft politicians for a reason," she answered glibly, though her deliberately cocky attitude faltered. She worried so much about becoming like her father. "You're using your powers for good, though," Cillian told her with firm conviction. "I only hope that history paints me that way too." "If anyone dares to write otherwise, we'll just alter the archives," she responded with impish glee, grinning when he choked on his shocked reaction. "Oh, come on, that was a joke. I wouldn't really." Yes, she absolutely would. Alise possessed a different moral scale that way, one that drove her to protect the people who mattered to her, no matter the objective, right or wrong. They would discuss further. For the moment, "All right, Cloacus," he told her, "and I'll bring the Phel archives with me." He was pretty sure he could do it. The hidden stacks hovered there, neatly parked where he'd mentally bookmarked them, so bringing the folded-up space with him required something of a hook, not unlike picking up a stack of books instead of leaving them on a table. A bit unwieldy, and it required some mental balancing. He worked on it while Alise summoned her cloaking spirits. Once he had a feel for the thing, he could carry the weightless burden just fine. Holding Alise's hand, mainly to stay close within her range, though the contact with her soothingly warm and rose-scented magic helped steady him, he walked along with her toward the exit and safety. Getting through the enchantment with his burden in tow would take more finessing. Alise was right, however, that any Harahel wizard trained by the house and who'd worked any length of time in Convocation archives could likely pull this off. That came as a reassurance that perhaps a Harahel had not been involved in concealing the Phel archives. Why go to those lengths if smuggling the stacks out of the archives entirely was an option? Surely Alise wasn't the first person to think of that possibility. Yes, it hadn't occurred to him, but that was because the ethical breach was, essentially, unthinkable. "Leave it to a wily Elal to come up with that," a sneaky voice suggested. He ignored the voice, knowing better than anyone how vicious and damaging and outright false such gossip could be. Regardless, it didn't matter, yet, who'd done the expert work of hiding the Phel archives. They would investigate that later. He needed to focus on the exigencies of the moment. In the end, however, bypassing the rather basic enchantment didn't take anything extraordinary. Without realizing it, he'd been practicing for this moment practically every day as he checked out allowed materials, ensuring that anything removed from the archives had been recorded to the person taking it, adjusting the enchantment to let them pass, re-establishing it when the materials were returned. This monumental theft came far too easy. When they reached the door, Alise glanced at him and he nodded. They walked out unobserved, and would have been regardless as no one was about. Likely anyone awake had gone chasing the alarms. He and Alise walked right out, taking the Phel archives with them, and walked straight into Gordon Harahel. 28. For a wildly hopeful moment, Alise thought her cloaking spirits would save them. Gordon Harahel seemed to stare right through both Cillian and her, his wizard-black gaze narrowed menacingly on the doorway to the archives. Then his expression cleared, a smile that could only be called triumphant lighting his face as he focused exactly on her. "Oh, Alise," he tutted sorrowfully, "you didn't imagine you could fool a psychic wizard with a stale party trick like draping yourself in ghosties, did you?" She didn't answer, mouth dry, her panicked thoughts groping for the morning's lessons, which now eluded her, with all the thorough agility she could wish she could wield to get them out of this. Gordon heaved an irritated sigh. "Come out already, you and the besotted archivist. I grow bored with this charade, and you won't like what I get up to when I'm looking for entertainment." The cloaking spirits were draining magic she might need to battle Harahel anyway, so Alise let them go, though she kept them close by. She would use every trick she could muster. "What do you want, Proctor?" she demanded coolly, figuring she might as well take the offensive. "Why, I want what you have," he answered easily, "what you stole. I know you broke into the archives that I explicitly instructed you to leave alone. I don't know how you found them." His gaze rested on Cillian, a hint of quizzical irritation in his expression, as if he hadn't thought the quiet librarian had it in him, and he didn't enjoy the surprise. "But I can read in your mind that you have somehow extracted them from the Convocation archives, which turns out to be terribly convenient for me." "Stay out of my mind," Cillian ground out, his hand clenching hers. Gordon dimpled. "Make me, pretty boy." "Oh, boo," he mock-pouted. "You can't, can you? How sad for you. One bad decision after another, all for gorgeous wizard girls far beyond your value. You do reach high, I have to give you credit there, but one day you'll have to learn it does you no good to reach for what you can't hold onto. Give me the archive, and I'll let you both go." "We're supposed to believe that?" Alise asked, the question dripping with gratifying sarcasm. Her fear and panic had dried up during Gordon's contemptuous speech, baked away by the fire of her righteous anger. Cillian was the finest of men, and she was growing heartily tired of people acting like a youthful love affair and earnest desire to help someone else counted as a massive character flaw. Maybe in the cutthroat convocation version of ethics it did, but not in her book. Gordon's smarmy magic reached for her, oozing tendrils groping for a hold on her will. She'd have to thank him for indulging in that little speech, as it had given her opportunity to recall her lessons in the dark arts. Grounded again, she slipped herself away from the psychic wizard's grasp, mentally eluding him with ease. Losing his pose of superiority, Gordon frowned at her, his magic lunging in an unexpected strike. She wisped away again, tempted to give him a smug smile, but wise enough to keep looking afraid, and unaware of his attempts. "I don't think you'll let us go," she prompted, bringing his attention back to his claim. "I don't want you, baby wizard," Gordon snapped. "Oh, you're nothing of a boyfriend. I'm your window of opportunity to escape the consequences of your impulsive actions. Give me the archive and I'll go. That's all I want. But I'm warning you, push me and I'll take you to those who do want you, and you can enjoy being my little sex puppet on the way. I can't give the archive to you, Cillian blurted, sounding on the verge of tears. I would if I could, but you don't have library magic. Please leave Alise alone. Don't hurt her. Gordon turned his unwinking black gaze on Cillian. Alise got a very bad feeling. Cillian had just drawn the focused attention of the Viper, thinking to protect her. His tearful plea was probably an act, and he had the best of intentions, but she still wanted to kick him. What fools love makes of us, Gordon said to Cillian with soft and sweetly derisive sympathy. But thank you for the suggestion. I don't need you to give me the archive when I can simply have you. Alise saw the spear of magic like a whip made of solid oil shooting out and burying itself in Cillian's forehead. She cried out along with Cillian's gulp of agonized shock, his hand vicing on hers as he convulsed, spine arching as he writhed in place. She had no way to protect Cillian, she realized with stomach-dropping terror. Everything she'd learned had been to save herself, not someone else. It seemed deeply, ironically fitting that even in this she was completely selfish. She couldn't nobly sacrifice herself for Cillian because she simply didn't have the ability. How apt. Let him go, she shouted, rounding on Gordon. He flicked an amused glance at her. Let me consider that request. No. I'll go with you willingly, she offered. No, pleaded. Gordon tusked at her, turning his attention back to Cillian, who calmed now, no longer physically fighting the Harahel wizard's psychic grip. I admire your grandiose perception of your importance in all this, sweetheart, but you've always been a mere pawn in this game. Your relevance has come and gone, though I personally appreciate the role you played in retrieving what my employers will reward me richly for appropriating. Thank you for your service to the cause. Cillian had fully stilled now, his hand lax in hers, his gaze dully complacent. What cause? Alise demanded, stalling for time. To do what she didn't know, but she needed to think. Who are your employers? Silly bean, Gordon chuckled, shaking his head. Only in novels do people monologue about their grand schemes, and then only if they intend to kill off the audience. Your dear papa would be most displeased if I did away with you, so that can't happen. I advise you to ask him. He strikes me as the type to jerk off his ego by monologuing. Now, book boy, come along with me. Places to go, people to see. Cillian went willingly, a blank expression on his face. Holding on to his limp hand, Alise went with him. Gordon arched a brow at her. Coming along? I know you're hot for me, but really, your eagerness is becoming an embarrassment. Maybe when you've grown up a bit, filled out some curves, you can send me a courier. Daddy will know where to find me. He winked at her and turned, Cillian following behind like an obedient pet. I won't let you take him, Alise ground out, firming her grip and planting her feet so their arms stretched out long, Cillian still trying to walk away from her. Gordon heaved an exasperated sigh. Without warning, he threw a psychic attack at her, not an attempt at control or to subvert her will, but to harm. She could see the menace in the magic hurtling toward her and instinctively understood that it would fry her mind. Too late to evade or elude, she could only fight with whatever power she could muster. With the limited magic remaining to her, she threw up a desperate defense, pitching her magic against the Harahel wizard's. He blasted right through it. The psychic blow hit her with devastating force, sending excruciating white-hot magic all along her nerves. Distantly, she recognized this as a form of illusion. He was making her think she was in pain, but her body didn't know the difference, and she dropped to the floor in a rictus of agony. Freed from her hold, Cillian walked a few more steps to Gordon's side, turning to watch her with a curiously impassive expression, as if he didn't even recognize her. Likely he didn't. "Cillian," she begged, reaching a hand to him. "You know me. Please help me." "He can't help anyone, sweetmeat," Gordon said, "least of all himself. I can be of assistance, however." Provost Uriel stepped out of the shadows, her platinum hair a radiant beacon, her familiar Priyan a step behind her. Alise sobbed out her relief, hoping against hope. "Provost Uriel," Gordon nearly snarled, but he also straightened his shoulders and gave her the appearance of courtesy. "I apologize that you've been disturbed, but this is routine proctor business. Nothing to concern your august attention." With a diversion of Gordon's focus, his attack on Alise fell off, and she sagged in a limp heap on the floor, too weak to move. "I'm not sure how you can imagine that to be true, Proctor Harahel," the Provost replied, unruffled, glancing down at Alise and offering her a hand. "This looks far from routine, and with one of my archivists involved too. Most unusual." Alise, grateful for the assistance, struggled to her feet. Very tempted to slide behind the Provost and metaphorically hide her face in the intimidating woman's skirts, Alise made herself stay by the Provost, on the other side from Priyan, and face Gordon with chin high. Whatever Gordon had done to Cillian, the effect remained in place, and Alise fretted internally that the Harahel wizard might have damaged Cillian's mind forever. His brilliant mind. It couldn't be. "With all due respect, Provost," Gordon said, sounding anything but respectful, "I've got the situation under control. If the issue needs to be elevated to your attention, it will be." The Provost's clear, cool, crisply academic psychic magic glittered with calculation over the little scene. Alise marvelled that Gordon seemed to be oblivious to the thorough and clinical assessment, and to the fact that Priyan's presence implied the Provost expected to need power. Provost Uriel smiled without humour. "I believe that the issue has already been elevated to my attention. Tarin of House Tausa," she added after a beat, emphasizing his true name. "I'm also utterly uninterested in any explanations or excuses you may offer. I've been looking for you." Gordon hurled an attack at the Provost, exactly like the one he'd used to so incapacitate Alise. With seamless grace, Priyan put a hand on his wizard's side, supplying the needed magic to her. Tandia Uriel flicked Gordon's attack aside with enviable ease, as if it were nothing more than an annoying gnat. Gordon's flabbergasted expression mirrored Alise's own shock. She'd had no idea the administrator possessed such ability. The Provost slid her a mildly reproving look, which he then fastened on the Harahel wizard. "What? You all think I'm Provost of Convocation Academy because I excel at sliding documents around my desk." With Priyan staying in contact, she advanced on Gordon, who stammered incoherent fragments of protests. Alise expected him to back up, but he seemed to be rooted to the spot. Not through his own will, it turned out a moment later. "No, indeed," Provost Uriel continued in a silky tone, laying the palm of her hand on Gordon's visibly sweating forehead. "I am in charge here because I am the one capable of upholding the sanctity of this educational institution. I am judge and executioner here. This is my academy, and the likes of you will not fuck with it." On the heels of her words, a blaze of light of blinding clarity billowed from the point of contact between the Provost's hand and Gordon's forehead. The Harahel wizard emitted a kind of pitiful squeal and deflated, crumpling into a boneless heap on the floor. Provost Uriel gazed down at him with distinct distaste a moment longer, then turned to survey a waking but clearly confused Cillian. She crooked a finger at Alise. "Now, the pair of you had better explain this business of setting fire to my archives." 29. Alise completely ignored the Provost's demand for information and ran to Cillian instead of answering. "Are you all right?" she demanded, framing his beloved face in her hands, aware that tears coursed down her own. Cillian blinked at her in vague recognition, but didn't answer, and Alise choked back a sob. Rounding on the Provost, she reined in the worst of her temper, but couldn't hold back her own imperious nature. "You have to help him." The Provost arched her platinum brows in affront. "My dear wizardling, I don't have to do anything, especially for a lower-tier faculty member already on probation for a previous transgression, one who appears to have stolen a valuable set of archives." "He was trying to protect the archives," Alise hissed, pushed past the limits of courtesy. "He only brought them out of the larger archives because I asked him to." Provost Uriel gave her a look of very real sympathy. "Alise, I admire your devotion to your lover and your willingness to take responsibility for him. This, however, is exactly the concern with Wizard Harahel. It's not the first time he violated his ethical code and the rules of this academy to please a pretty girl." Alise went spine-breakingly rigid with indignation. "I know about Tsarina Samael, and this is not the same situation." "Isn't it?" the Provost returned coolly. "Through an academic lens, viewed objectively, the details are distressingly parallel." "That's ignoring context and nuance," Alise protested. "You're not being fair to—" "Alise," Cillian said, his voice creaking as if he hadn't used it in a long time. "Provost Uriel is correct in her assessment." Alise practically flew the few steps back to him. "Cillian, you're all right?" He smiled faintly, a hint of pain in it, and put his arm around her, less in affection than an obvious need to lean on her for support. "All right isn't how I'd describe it, but I'm alive and in possession of my own mind." Call her picky, but she wasn't much reassured by that. "He needs a Raphael mind healer," Provost Uriel instructed, not without sympathy, but clearly not happy with the situation. "His mental burden is difficult enough to carry. The Harahel attack needs immediate attention if the archivist is going to be able to continue to endure the magic drain of holding those archives. Take the archivist there immediately, Wizard Alise, after which he can go home. I'll hold Wizard Harahel's dismissal until morning." "Until morning?" Alise echoed, aghast at how fast things were moving. It wasn't the question she meant to ask, but her thoughts were lagging behind her reactions. "Yes." Provost Uriel gave her a patient stare, Priyan grimacing in sympathy. "Once Archivist Harahel is no longer employed by this institution, he cannot receive Raphael services provided by the Academy. He'd have to pay out of pocket. I'm doing him a favor." "This is not a favor," Alise nearly spat. "You can't fire Cillian over this." "I not only can do so, I must," the Provost corrected. "In truth, merely firing an archivist for removing materials from Convocation archives will be seen as a dereliction of my duty. I will be called upon to answer for my decision to be so lenient." "Lenient?" Alise seemed to be incapable of doing anything but repeating key words from the Provost's incomprehensible statements. "You aren't being—" "Alise!" Cillian interrupted her again, squeezing her to his side. "Provost Uriel is doing all she can for us. She's letting me leave. I can go home." He gave her a significant look, and understanding dawned. Home. Not to his faculty apartments, but home to House Harahel, with the Phel archives still in tow. Still, Cillian shouldn't lose his job over this. She faced the Provost defiantly. "I'm going with him." "That is your choice," the Provost replied, adding a graceful dip of her chin in resignation, "though I cannot guarantee that you'll be readmitted to the Academy for a third time." "I'm willing to take that chance," Alise said with dignity. "No, Alise," Cillian protested, the vigour of his denial entirely undermined by his unsteady weaving on his feet. "You can't do this. Not for me." "I'm not doing it for you," she returned fiercely. She wouldn't say aloud how little she cared about graduation at this point. She retained that much discretion at least. In a world where a Uriel wizard could squash a wizard with Gordon's power, Alise could recognize she had a great deal to learn. She might need to return to the Academy someday, but she didn't have to be a doormat about it. "I'm finishing what I've started," she said instead, catching and holding the Provost's gaze. She didn't think she imagined the glimmer of approval in Provost Uriel's wizard black eyes. "Off with you, then," the Provost instructed, as if they said goodbye at a faculty reception. "I'll deal with this mess." Dubiously, she towed the heap that was Gordon Harahel, or had been. Alise couldn't be sure if he was alive and, in truth, didn't really want to know. He would obviously never threaten them again, and that's all that mattered. "Come on, Cillian," she said gently. "Let's go to the infirmary. With any luck, it will be Healer Jonathan, and we won't have to do a lot of explaining." Cillian resisted her efforts to pull him along, instead facing the Provost. "Thank you, Provost," he said simply. "You are welcome, archivist," Provost Uriel replied. "I'll need to clear my faculty apartments." She waved that off. "In time, I'll have them sealed. Who knows? We may need them for evidence at some point." Amazingly enough, she winked, then ruffled Priyan's hair. The familiar smiled at her in adoration. "Now go. Oh, and both of you, please don't set fire to anything else." 30. Alise was right, and they were in luck, amazingly enough, and Healer Jonathan Raphael was, indeed, on duty. That seemed particularly fortuitous, given the run of exceptionally bad fortune they'd been experiencing up until then. Although Cillian had to acknowledge Tandia Uriel had showed up at exactly the right moment. He owed the Provost a great deal, more than Alise could understand. Truly. Especially as he couldn't ever tell her. He didn't think he ever could describe to her how it had felt to be locked inside the prison of his own mind, unable to think his own thoughts. It wasn't only that he likely wouldn't be able to get the words out, though he feared he might not be able to, but also that he didn't want Alise to know. He'd rather that she have no idea how profoundly that brief experience had affected him. She'd blame herself, which wasn't fair to her and would only make him feel worse. Those few minutes of being Gordon Harahil's utter captive had aged him decades and broke something deep inside. The one thing Cillian had always been able to rely on was his own intelligence, his ability to think. He would never be the hero, the beefy sword wielder, or even a wizard worth much of anything besides sorting books, but he had always been proud of his smarts. Even at his loneliest, he'd always had his own thoughts for company. Without that, He'd been reduced to nothing in a blink, a minor exercise of Gordon Hanneal's prodigious talents, and Cillian had ceased to exist. And that was on top of Cillian's utter failure to take action against the vile man who'd hurt Alise. For all of Cillian's nursing of his anger and dreams of revenge, when the opportunity had arisen, he'd done nothing at all. He didn't think he'd ever be able to forget that feeling. If he'd felt unworthy of Alise before, Cillian's complete failure to act in the face of that fight proved his worst fears. Not only had he failed to protect Alise, he'd been a liability. "You'll be fine," Jonathan Raphael said, meeting and holding Cillian's gaze, seeming to be attempting to reinforce the message on several levels. He rested his lean brown fingers against Cillian's temples, his mint-scented healing magic infusing Cillian's mind with paradoxically invigorating calm. Behind him, Alise hovered, face pale and drawn, and dark eyes huge with anxiety. He'd done that to her. "Carrying that archive is a drain on you," Jonathan continued, "but it's nothing you can't withstand. And don't worry, your secret is safe with me. The primary problem at this point is that your encounter with the psychic wizard exhausted you. I'd recommend bed rest and a few nutritious meals to rebuild your energy, but I understand from Provost Uriel that there is an urgent need for you to travel to House Harahel." "Yes, that can't be delayed," Cillian said, forcing himself to focus on what mattered. His existential angst ranked far below getting this stolen archive to House Harahel for analysis. And it had been kind of Tandia to withhold that he'd been summarily dismissed for the gravest of transgressions. "I'll leave immediately." "And I'll be with him," Alise said, flashing him a stubborn glare, clearly annoyed that he'd said I instead of we. In truth, as much as he dreamed about bringing Alise to House Harahel to meet his family, to see all his favourite places, now he saw those fantasies for the foolishness they were. "You should go to Alise Phel," he suggested, not meeting her eyes. "You'd be safe there." "Highly debatable," she replied crisply, "and you can save your breath. I'm not letting you travel to House Harahel alone. I'll go arrange for a carriage and supplies," she told Healer Jonathan. "Can someone bring him to meet me by the Griffin door in half an hour?" "I don't need to be escorted," Cillian griped at her. "When you can stand without leaning on someone, I'll believe that," she retorted, eyes snapping. Then she relented. "You'd insist on the same for me." She was right, which only bothered him more. He liked being the one to take care of her. That's what he brought to the table. If he became a burden on Alise in that aspect too, then what? He hated to imagine her staying with him out of guilt. But this wasn't the time or place for that conversation, especially with Healer Jonathan present. And he could see Alise was entrenched. There would be no arguing her out of going. Maybe, once she'd satisfied herself that he was happily ensconced in the bosom of his family, he could convince her to return to the academy. That's where she belonged. If Alise didn't graduate because of him, he'd never forgive himself. "I'll meet you outside in half an hour," he told her. "In the meanwhile," Jonathan put in, "I'll continue to infuse Wizard Harahel with healing magic. That should go a long way to helping him withstand the journey." Alise hesitated, as if tempted to say something more, then lifted her chin, nodded to them both, and left. Cillian let himself put a hand to the pocket where he carried her promise of a favour. He kept it on him all the time now, like a good luck totem. Briefly, he considered using it to protect her, to force her to separate from him. But she'd find a way around that, and something told him he might need that favour for a more extreme situation in the future. Healer Jonathan gave Cillian an encouraging smile. "She's worried about you." That's not a bad thing. With the healer currently rummaging through his mind, a lot of that going around lately, Cillian could hardly argue, either about Alise's concern or that he didn't like it. I worry about her too, he finally said. Sounds like a relationship with a future, then, Jonathan replied, winking jovially. Cillian knew otherwise, but wasn't about to argue that either. He met Alise outside the Griffin door, one of the side entrances to the sprawling complex that was Convocation Academy, so named for the stone griffin looming on the lintel. Somehow, Alise had obtained a closed elemental carriage, very expensive. Courtesy of House Alise, she informed him with a determined smile, though her eyes remained shadowed in the steady but muted light of the elemental lantern she carried. Turns out, Papa forgot to take me off the permissions for our house carriage that we keep here. Cillian hesitated at the sight of the plush interior. Won't he be angry? Like I care, she snorted. What Daddy doesn't know won't anger him. I already reset the air elemental pilot, so no one at House Alise will detect anything. As far as they'll know, it's still sitting quietly in the garage. Hop in. He didn't exactly hop, but he did manage to get up the step, steadied by the aid Jonathan had sent with him. Settling himself in the soft cushions, he had to admit the luxury felt like bliss to his bruised spirit and exhausted body. The archive hung heavy over his consciousness, and he only wanted to sleep, his eyelids drifting closed. He forced them open again as Alise covered him with a fairy blanket. I don't need you fussing, he complained, aware the doors had closed and they were already gliding away from the academy. Alise tutted at him. Shoe pinches on the other foot, huh? Just relax. It's cold out and there's nothing wrong with cuddling. She tripped some button that raised a footrest, elevating his feet, which made him even more comfortable. Curse it. Then Alise slipped under the blanket too, snuggling against him. See? Cozy. Are you hungry? I have a whole basket of supplies. From the dining hall, so it won't be as good as your food, but Provost Uriel arranged for all kinds of excellent food and drink. I just want to sleep, he answered, thinking that the shoe did indeed pinch on this foot, and he was being ungrateful. Alise affectionately curled up beside him under a deliciously warm blanket, just the two of them, alone and together. This should be his happy ending. Sleep, then, Alise said softly, settling her head into the crook of his shoulder and wrapping a slender arm around his waist. Sweet dreams. He could only hope. We hope you have enjoyed listening to Alise and Cillian's story. Their journey continues in Strange Familiar. This has been Reluctant Wizard, Warriors of Magic, Book 1. Written by Jeffy Kennedy. Read for you by Deborah Baum. Copyright 2024 by Jeffy Kennedy. Production copyright by Jeffy Kennedy.